difficulties and the hurdles that prevent development, that prevent good decisions from being taken, that prevent good decisions from being implemented. Give him the wisdom from above. Father, we are looking up to you because only you can help us. And now we thank you for those in authority, in every sphere, in every department, in every area. Grant them wisdom and deliver our nation from wicked people in authority. Deliver us from evil men who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
And I don't pay Yamo Aquaba at the bandit 100.9. Beba cho and na ya wada and nessa we check it date na 13th. Maybe just had an American and then so check it date tonight, 13th February, the year 2025. Yeah, the trader upon your compass will give thanks to the Almighty God for such a wonderful moment. Another blessed day, and the freshest day is here with us. So it's up to you for you to utilize the day, enjoy his blessings, and make sure you will deliver to ensure the success story of your nation. And this nation is Mother Ghana. Yeah, you man a fabwa wo my Ghana. No my Ghana yintimi kon kana me no mienu yedi na bi so yeso. Baby bia wo bia memo akwa be de bandit 100.9 bidin the McJerry OSEI AGYEMAN. Na jumede ye friend Ghana Montie aboni 100.9. Media sedabema evangelist King David or the Arise and Shine jumede e dia brayen. Ono no free one yesu ye de nie. Say ye be ye dwuma na de aboya my Ghana no my Ghana etima konkan. Na me pacho enra de in fact the system was flooded. The because the system was flooded, I what you say. I just say enra de ensem sisi wo Ghana pa. Say wonti ye na afi na e bia wo ba betie McJerry no what ensem sisi ye de a. Ene na tie. Me pacho enra a special prosecutor Ora Kisi Agyaman we declare a Ora Ken Oforiata, former finance minister, we declare as fugitive. Yakas will be a fugitive out here. Obi a yaden tansa bono as wo jina mre nim na wadwane ode ne ho akan wira. Eto Ora Ken Oforiata eno ama mako beye enum bi wo ho a eye kwadu a eye special prosecutor odi abono we declare as fugitive e just ode ne ho akan wira osuro se obegina amrana no na lawyer fonso atwera koma ne se krache na enti uso sa na ate enti yanka cho se Ora Ken Oforiata ne ho dodo no a okọ amanone na wakwakwasa ne ho yade Ora Ken Oforiata mu no kwa ye nyina ne enim bu se emiri bi finance minister no kura wo mi se nanim so aswai asana nanim apegya kakra be ba to minim se muhu sa de na And I'm so crying, man, yare kwama no ne ye twene say oba be ready budget. When to me ama, and I'm so honorable chairman sabosu ne ready budget no. But the nene ken a lawyer for say aba papa e kwama no ne e kwa kosa na wo yade on tiapo. Said they are no make no crown the doctor for the chest and sure one be any surgery. They are na ye can operation no. And sure one be any surgery. It's a sit then I can say or you fugitive. A sit then I can say or the new one can read. It's a abusia and some on no. Now ora can offer so a crata. While I for the comma a special prosecutor no. The Eddie kind pa was say me too quine and make economy nim da meba. And the day young can sound says I can indicate to 1 year. Send Ukraine mo do me pa na make economy nim their doctor for the beca. It is a doctor for to me shemina a yen term and meba. And yen terms who are depending upon the situation no. One we are meba, but also said I will crat Eddie kind of call you know. Okay, I was certainly ye be kick see any pa and ye be kick see any year. And then I have a friend in Sasawa. Oko equipment memone kan Sasawa just am toma and toma different yet SCC and na adan toma baako. Etina the one no minority of parliament in fact one express say one more so one my dwenkyere one more so akasa de afa ho enweche ne eye soldier phobia na say mrantie bi ana encrophobia no mo hye soldier atade o mo call yewura kanofurate ye wo mo san call ni fie na ne so ho nsem edan apono so na ebedi mu komo pa na be do free one ne wonim de ekoso say ye free one and ready in fact the system no was flooded. Aya Ora Sam Jata George, the communication minister, also contract you. Yamame Eslowusu, our baby Nadi, wasn't sign OSEI legal advice. Says our contract, you know, or him with the as a contract in a move soon. Bedo. Am I yourself? I hear you know. Ghana, am I yourself? Hey. Okay, yanko anyway. It was also the same crowd and about beto bonte. Now with him. Yes, National Service Secretariat and some four din kwa. And some din doors womu. And I'm summa on my penning wa directed. And your woman you be years a woman chim. And your National Service Secretariat and say a nipa baburu 8,000. Woman and some four just a muji sikadi. It's on my pennies or muchim. And not just will be a good discount. On my pennies or muchim near with your womb. It's an soda hopper. Afeyanra Attorney General Kasayo. A month for Attorney General now will buy ye cases now what you chemuno. I just said office or crowd one call crowd. Wakonya crowd one tenaso or in the bedroom or chip pen. Case way no Ernest Thompson and the Senate for case and come on cancel no chem. Or Chedi or say or for sample. Oh, case at the ball in the center, when you could him a chem. Or Chedi or say now Dr. Puni, one day or said we're going to go. Mumbo Casey, much I found on my chem. Attorney General so after no call washroom by in terms of or call washroom. Because no young office so said what you check case in no young office worker. It's a call washroom by an Anna or ten wife some pet bibi kakran basic table no so man. Oh you no so answer me didn't cry Voma mumu case no mo cry no human rights abuse. Come on, bechem. After Attorney General to no see yee. We your friend is saying Ora call is down there. Sagleme, yes 200 million agodi. Why the guy? A president now the agodi 200 million. Come on, case in Fabra come chem. Akade. Mon kame. Akaba ko because yes. case na kaba kwa 7 no na monkan me eti attorney general on call the office kra o twitwa cases yi cases ni nyina so politically exposed ni nyina manwofo ho bom mu a wom ye related to the NDC eno na mafo say ebe attorney general amra ne ma ho kwan yo na we die wansusu ena me kra me kan bi ena me guso so ka me position no ehwa na me gina me susu say attorney general Oman penye de ade sha won sama less than 1 week less than 1 week na obesa o chese we review cases we ni nyina mu awi a wadwetwam me de fine emra ne ma ho kwan se obetwam but attorney general nya abotre kakra politically no na nke beboa o amaya fon mo ane ye kasa muti o politically no na nke beboa that is my stand. Na ya omanpanye di ade ne hye wonsa less than 1 week wo si watwitwa cases ni nyina mu baako na account na makai Bank of Ghana governor Dr. Siama oyo say Dr. Siama oh wait na the case we dey we case isu obi anyinam come on in fact me pepen kura attorney general di twitwa case ni me pese me twese de anono pen no anote eti Ghana for bi e ka say attorney general na wonti umba mbechire mu e de be chire wadwutwa cases ni mu eti me no ka say de enra attorney general wanya kasa wa chire mu na momade ba ko ne pieye o say enya Ghana man panye na e ka chenso wadwutwa cases ni mu eti mu amose eye John Dramani Mahama Ghana man panyen oye clearing agent na ne na to pay to you because no one no take full responsibility cases no twa mu nyina and some attorney general ekenio also take full responsibility of the discontinuation of the cases ono ankasa de ne penese so what you chem cases are what filing no protocol cases are what drop all the charges or say anya Ghana man penye ene ka chenso yo no a oso no kra no jedi mpo mo na mane o afa kra na okwa akosia na wa brief no eti mo de sentansa we ekobo jedi ma so no de okay attorney general bajo mo me kan no kra kakro wo say JDM ade a wo yo nim ho hwe okay enti Dr. Dominic Ayini who your lawyer name papa me pa chewo Dr. Siama de na wutwa mu a ade a chen ya na JDM man appointment e ho ne yente ase o eno so beka se ono de se nyo no ya appointing authority o eto on de we twa case ni se JDM man appointment on de fa na ho we de meyi anu ama wa meyi me ana mbisa meyi anu ama don't worry bando krepe wo mu ni se nyame ye madompa na menya attorney general anka mebisa no questions o nyame ye nadompa ye madom na ne kwadwo da me adom producer utubi Fred Dr. Dominic Ayini no obefa ena me interview ni pa ena kamba wu se me lawyer no ye no ye nya lawyer fo ba yesua de ti ye kasa obi gina chi o se adan wusua law ana menya na ka me interview no kwadwo da me ado enne bomadia sanka obefre ne adwase ebenya ne na ka me interview no papa said ya maboa me ho pa na me questions pa ma line up enra press conference ikran so yanto san from intimate me ankwanko bisa ansemo okay ti abusia ensemegu ya produce no nti ene de situation adaka ne mu ama na uwon kran na so ka say bibia e flooded a wanhwa na manfo ayo ye kire tia wo eti ade no me yi the word flooded no eti bin ka say aye congested. Okay, thank you very much for joining me right here on the Point tonight. The program is Ghana Montie as usual. My name is Mark Jerry OSEI AGYEMAN. Hey, and then your mother Joe. Yes, I'm out for that with the down. Sorry, na anytime. Kwa kobo no sia me pa chow pa sorry free kata so ya ne teme na obekọ meeting na obekọ adwuma enti woda so da wei pa wa ye late enti ye wo pa adwuma no wa wani bosa na me pa adwuma na wo tete nkrofo wonya adwuma ni wia na adwuma wo de ye de awpe o ba be late akọ adwuma me pa cho sorry na ye ne teme ko bonus ya sorry nkoda no so beko school enra mi hu akwada bi na eche se ni school uniform na eche no eto ne pa ate na se ye de pane ye de koko pane onim koko pane se pane akese bi no ena omode apam metwa se de no mapam ne pa koko pane no omode pam ye o about time aya mom ye nyesa o ye man school uniform mom ye ni kon wate akwada ni school uniform ye to ate oya ade ye no na wafikyire wono nsan ya na obeje mesrew eno mamu ye den mijitum check oba no school uniform no ate eto ate na wo hyese de school uniform ne pa ya na oh afena me ra ho na msi ye wana bisa me se na hwan benie akwana de mfa ne ho wo maami ana se eja no mo ne ebebo mu din mesra wa ya check o man school uniform na tia o ya de ye ne man pimpam ne kakra why empabo na kwada bu na ne empabo de ko school anona why ehu fi oba ta you check maami kakra mesra wa no pay ya we die check maami akwada ne school bag ne check maami beba cho wakura na ana fe bibi wan wonya sapo bia na de abonso na de twetwe ho kakra moma ye nenko ye mane ho wo mo lunch bag se lunch bag no ni bimpa wadaroma bia na owo eye bottle bi odi nsuo gum ko school no check ni nyina kama ade ba ko nsuo nya ne homework no de bia sa afi na baba de ene wo ye failure afi na baba oba homework wo ye failure me pa cho because ente say wotina ho anopa say akoda na bua no ho no afi no be homework na be say na wate ase mama ye ni ko ho wate mesrew ya ye di o emei ya the best investment ye betimi aye enya dan ye besie because ene ye men susua ene se nyame amadumpo ne mesi dan bi ana me wo ka bi a saa ka no me mane benyine no omo mpebiem. It is the best investment you betim dia ma omo any education ho mesua edan ko beka so me papa dan we pa kai edan we because abre no wahwe ne yie wakonanim mama ye nko omo ho wate ha ye need 100.9 ye dia be bontetan ma ne so bro ye da se dem peace fmline.com citynewsroom.com myjoyline.com check out ghana.com/fmgh. Any other relevant news portals? Yeah, the Abe Fontaine Town Manosono. Amasacha me kwabana fatana CD. Na ye be kajagum. The kajaguma ye be fiti ase e de free delbon krata no. Anopen krata necessary. En krata necessary. Mo Facebook amocha ye damase papa ane wawo. E just say do anopen na ye bie microphone na kwabana. I just saw Baka share a YouTube and Facebook no come bomwa. Say I wouldn't nipa say I do moko. Yeah, the 435. Say 435 no sia crown boy. And I yes so my yedo omagu ke my yedo omoko. And one more year Abe Fontaine Town man so nko an. Aha, yedo ma se papa wo ka Facebook no YouTube no bomwa. Yedo ma se. Mo am so amutie wo fie. Oh radio mo crown so na mo dɔɔso. The majority group. Osueda maze. Kwa Martin Ezai. Ibi akoye. Asuju a what about si won so kama. Ebefa. Ale yakọ anima. Yo.
Abusiafo do bokrata me de mamu atia mamu akwaba. Eye Daily Graphic de bokrata. Special prosecutor kisie daben. Na danfo brabu apa ne ononyamfo kan wo fori atanso. We de anya adamfo asem. Ya hwehwe ne de ne Baby a wo bia wote yanka wono antu America mra. Anya sa deadline a yede ma no watum. Baby a wo bia finance minister former ononyamfo kan wo foriata ya hwehwe no. National Cathedral sika wamra mebu akonta. Ghana Revenue Authority pa ya sekura no bo ekoso eno so wamre. Anyu anu nko a o ex MPA boss no. Ono so special prosecutor say wɔhyehyɛ no wɔpaa wɔndwane nkɔhyɛ po ase yɛbɛkɔ akɔfa no waba afei president ya wɔda sɛ wɔmu nhyɛ NSA ghost names scandal bi ɛbaeɛ no ɛni kwan si yɛ gyama no kɔ wɔse nsamedi a yɛde hyehyɛ akatua nwoma mu a na nipa bi gyidie no ɛnyɛ sika ketewa Jubilee House 68th Independence Anniversary 6th of March 1957 Ghana Independence Day Ghana is my home Ghana is my home Ghana is my home Anya dia ye bebo data kase te said ye normally ye no isi a ye niska enti ye beye wo Jubilee House wa ye beye say smart no e wo Jubilee House Attorney General di bank enkofo so political reason ti case bi asesu wo die wo drop o se da bi on drop case bi a ana nya politics ntia Daily Guide Democrat yenim ha dia wason takrata wo Democrat awudo ni nyina mu eya special prosecutor Kisie Jaben we declare won onyamfo kan wo Foriata wanted ya hyehyɛ no SMLD National Cathedral de Ghana Revenue Authority for de Japan royalties me se ya hyehyɛ no ama baby o hye bia wono ankasa ontu America mra Dr. Mustafa Hamid ena nipa miensa bi aka ho special prosecutor sesika afu omunsase aya 1.3 billion Ghana cedis yabeti sika Asante chief couple yasi a transfer ne de na bankra hanum sei esansa abato obasabasa ye bi course no wantumi aya ho se ebra council of state for to aba abato no ankasa no enti ya DCOP Frank Abrokwa nimfoni abatua Attorney General say James Jeti Kwasin mo kai no asin South Mrashebedeni da bi asin nofwa Mrashebedeni case no so tintonta ya no so wetem na Ghanaian Times yanim ha ononyamfo kan wo Foriata waya wanted baby abahunu bi akata ne say special prosecutor so what say no na bra wo bere 10 ya beduru Ghana airport won mo a ene ya beti no abaya kansiri o Independence Day celebration na ye boda data ye no this time around here ye be wo Jubilee House afa president ye adwumaden into akwankopie mu wo Germany wo san ko Ethiopia nso wo se ye maintain ye fiscal reforms World Bank for ene ekatre Ghana for na the new crusading guide yanim ha yasi gold for oil program no esaso wo mutena no wo analyze ni yie esanse nsem bebre ewa akire afi electoral commission wase Asante Mantemu ena North East region council of state yaba no wo mbesa akoto no bi esanse menteme ho ase bi ekoso national security for ekobowura wo nyamfo kan wo Oforiata fie na ya fi se bi a wo hye ho ene wasada akata yesi watu kwan woni ha wo maayo ya wo kwa akwaje ayarehye but ye ko ni fie onu woni ho ampa ne watu kwan special prosecutor ononyamfo Kisie Jaben wa dikre ononyamfo kan wo Foriata wanted esanso wo ma no la date ya eye February de tosudu wa ama nti wo ye wanted maso abuate yeso we make history wa ha on na the youngest council of state member when you 32 years court we keji o waso anu ankasa ye no ho hene ewo atibiare ena nipa nan bi aka ho yate wonum nyina se ekwan a wofa so a wosi wo mu ho hene no anya kwan pa the insight the Democrat enim ha yesi Presbyterian University College ya ebufu aba hon mo pa nya bufu ketua esanse retired lecturers no package asesi edema wo mu no yamfa ma wonum into the Dr. Rashid Pepo mfoni abetoa ena ofosu asamoa special prosecutor son takrate te said yamka ye no watraso no nyamfo kan wo foriata wa ubenya ne bia akenombra na kata ne sa ya hwehwe no wa ha na so wa ma mapiem wa ha no pa na se yansa so ne mu a ade ba ye no afa wo bi so saa wo hene no a court weka gi no ani nipa bi e ka ho nipa nan ya se ya dibiawe ehene United States of America na wade Vladimir Putin Russia president mfoni abetoa na enu ye wo mu ankasa asemwa Iran fo tere se ekwan a Trump fo fa so sesa nkofo kuom krom no enya kura afa Trump tere se Gaza wo kwa akoje no de am state developer no wasisi adan ho na nkofo akohan telling that party anim ha reason why ya sise kan oforiata no Democrat ediaba watasa sa wonnyamfo kan oforiate sika pa akwa akodi ni honom no enya sika keto ase ya di sika no a Ghana sabre besesa ye betumi akyekere Ghana ba akokora aka ho enti ya di sika ni nyina His Excellency the former Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia and wakatre MPP supporters was say woman su omukasa yiye ensem bi afiri womanu mu ba no esanse bebi ansa akwa akoduru no odu anu sanye bi ana nru ho enti opamuchaw monka mu humbom na monsa mukasa yiye Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid and wakata special prosecutor say won ko bebi a o watikuro ya mu sa wo so pese wo probu na to nsafre no wobeba sa 1.3 million a billion Ghana cedis ya woka no ondane ye owaha frɛ no obeba no waba abetrekyerem abanyo and water say waste management ya manage wo Ghana ha no eni kwan say ye nipa baako asodie esese ekueku ahodo etumi de wo ho agimu bie enkwesi tanim ha ononyamfo kan wo foriata ye dikra no wanted nti ye san akura ko ni fie abusia beko peace 104.3 FM so ena ye da ya wada otena ye Valentine Day magdare wasa agyeman on Valentine wonimdi ye ko peace ye ba nsɛmpi ewa
104.3 FM suni omai maye mamache anopai kasia yensa kan ene bredu ayede ebremo no na kasia boy fi Peace FM so ewo enkran assign nam okay 101.7 afenit FM 100.9 ye nyina ye worship house abeka junction enkran ena afi hello 101.5 FM enu okumase adum afi radio stations ahodo agi kasia ewo amama bebre so wo Ghana mantam ni nyina mu enya broche amman ahodo bebre so ensem nyina wo peaceFMonline.com and afi GhanaToday.com na kasie mu ensem a edi akotini bi ene say
aban lawyer pani din chechemu abade enti a wogina so ma nipa bi a wana asem wo court watwa sensen na wafo hu kudi
oswafo hwe Ghana pomodin so edi abetu dwa say yare afa ne say meningitis asan pagya ne mu na eso so pomodin adwuma no so aboa ne ho
for no communication so any abafun krato so ede akwakoto aban lawyer pani anim so ma na dwentire bi won na mutuo bi ho sele bia sikasem enkwahye
mrase bedwamu chiame owura aban bagwen se no kwasem nie se wono a wo hwe suban ya Ghana mrase bedwafo da na dia na eja abehwa ne bonu pusa sese de aduro no ehia mpaebo.
Praise the Lord. Enje de mpaebo beta o machi ensem bi ka wen mo ho ena no pe yesi nkonyu amadawroma ye de be so mo sa no pa no nsia kasebo mu nsam no de ma mu nim se nyumakuo bi eneta ayechi na nyumakuo no JA Bani Company Limited Dr. Apia Bani na Daroma and ode ban 20 disinfectant ediaba ipa bebiri agye di aso ahwe na kama pa ban 20 ebekum moa nketenkete a onfu ani hu na te ba bia nwan ma enka ehwam ebeja wa chire patro kivo hot pepper dem FM mukokoma ebebu oye amanfo nyina ni me se enkwan ene abum se mukoma ni de kivo hot pepper ene de popo medimafo eba center abepie mo pokwase mayira obi nkon san fa yade nkofie da eho na Ajare Arafat otie na nsen ne sasa broba nyenya kopon kasem toye ibo na bongo de ne koto medimafo ene Ajare ne jane na so ha anope ojinjin efidi no furu mama ya ye adwuma enti medimafo eba de itumbra ne aje DC Ajare Arafat enyamo emfaso pokwase mayira eho na bohu medimafo amanfo nko ho na mokwaje ayarehwe adehye amote ne enano pe ye me nana anwofedia odehye kronkron asona piesie nana wodi ankan kwame yeboa ena
Ajua yeboa eje ave kase no munsem enie na hyebedwa mu chia me right honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagman ena ekase wase wo mo ayenhyehyɛ de agupono so se ye vene se prayer meeting and say empaibo enhye mu adwabo kase o ye na fiafi bia no afi de obe na hyebedwa mu fie ho no adwabre mu ɛhɔ ene obeye no wase wo yes ade dia bompaye asre osoro banbo ene fom ye ne asomdue edi amamra hyebedwa no fite na nse niam bi ekwaso no ase ejae ebehwe no ehwehwe aso ene enyan ya na onti ase nka se mu do oda na die ni se ono owura Bagbe na dwe mu die wonu sese ne etie bia no eniam bi nkoye bibia tochema bibi asesa ewo baabi eniam bi sinse wiem efise na nsen se ne mentime wase sabio koka mpanifoi we ka we mane nka we ntini yo ho enko ase chese ense bebrebe na no de appointment committee kwatena ase kwa ne esi de wase we wa hwe mrase bedwafo we ye ka ne sen ena yeye na we na omo eye empaibo nhia mo enu nkuma nopa eye breakfast prayer meeting na oni asofo eni mrase bedwafo no bi na ahia ebo mpaye eho no de sa se mi tu dwa se sese ide ha no ne se wo hia mrase bedwafo no kokwa mu a omo suban ko omo be hia mo dwabre mu ho nso a omo suban ko eno na eha na adwen no wase so omo ko omo nhia mu private meetings na obi a toto ne niam yie obi a josabi obi a tie ne yonkwasam obi a wabotre nanso omo nya bo pe se munya mo metra mrase bedwam afi ho eye bedwam ho no a eho na asem no nyina esore no we nti no de ato dwa se ne yakeka kro no agye se omo ye empaibo dwabo kese ewo chimba ho ankasa ema onyankopon pagya ne nsa ewo wo mo so.
It's different from what they do inside. And so I keep on thinking, what is inside there? And the great men and women of the gospel will testify when they are with you in your church. And then you see them in the parliament, and they are very different. What is inside there? If that is the culture of politics, then we really need God to descend and once again salvage us.
We ayen nsem wa mrase bedwa mu chia me owura Bagbe ndi tudwa na so waso was sre nyado wasra da se mrase bedwafo sebia son sebia nyado emanfo ahwe won so Ghana mabunu nyina ni tua na mrase bedwafo ye na wo hwe wo besua no aduana mo achi enti wasre wonna sabi suban papa adi ema Ghana mrantie ne mabawa.
Foremost obligation ought to be the service of the populace and the enhancement of the nation's welfare. In this era of the fourth industrial revolution, in which the world has become a global village, we as leaders must not overlook or disregard the fact that whatever we do today is not only observed by the youth through their lenses, but also becomes the touchstones by which we are judged. We should always strive to be remembered for the wrongs we corrected rather than the rights we abused. And this is copiously covered in the Holy Bible. Our legacies are the guides, they are the touchstones.
Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagman.
Yako ensem fufrum. Yen yere mi se fi say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Babedi Ade empenfo chocho robi emi bi abese kono no mubu man no aban dada na adodanko akufu adu nuomase edom kokugina akoto mekire asemdi bia nanso emra yeto aba ma NDC di mu nkrimu no sa empenfo chocho ro nyina no yete o masema adu enye du ye jaom obi anko ne baabi ameno abayen komotenten e Ghana say na sana manyofo tie kese maban ba mansem wo koto ko etimi jamo obi ko wia ambo ne de ni ko gina koto dantana sema eno ana Dr. Dominic Ayeni ono eno ye attorney general ba lawyer pani ede betu dwa se sebenye ze omo so ya no muja sankrofo no ne nchirimu wo ho yɛntie nkyerɛmu no.
Specifically, I decided to drop the criminal charges laid against certain government officials who served in the NDC government that left office in January 2017. I am here today to account to my fellows for the decision that I have taken so far. Attorney General, I am keenly aware of the fact that the prosecutorial authority vested in me under Article 88 of the Constitution is discretionary in nature. Before taking any of the decisions I am about to explain, I consulted widely. I had several briefings from the Director of Public Prosecutions, that is the DPP, on each of the cases. Where I disagreed with her, I made my disagreement known to her with reasons. I spoke to the defense lawyers in each case, for instance, in the banking cleanup cases, which I shall deal with shortly.
Any amuti yaban lawyer panin no wie no de to dwa say sabe anamo ni gyina we see ye no ogyina Ghana mraso no no oye aban lawyer panin e de ma omen obetu anamo bi a ode mra na eyo.
As Attorney General, my only client is the Republic of Ghana, represented by a sovereign people. Before I proceed to assign the reasons for my decision in each of the cases, I wish to crave your indulgence to provide a brief explanation of the technical difference between the entry of a nolle prosequi and the withdrawal of charges. The power to enter a nolle prosequi is contained in Section 54 of the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act 1960, Act 30. Pursuant to this provision, the Attorney General may enter a nolle prosequi at any stage of a criminal trial. The statute does not itself require the Attorney General to provide any reasons for his decision to enter a nolle prosequi in any proceedings.
Any amuti aban lawyer panin.
We are yet work as no so and it's a benso for shop modin sam so honorable kwabna minta akando and I casen wodin sembia to just say ya friend say meningitis no wa hunu say amani muso yam crofo na aban aso ye no so aboa no ho asie wo titru atifia poye mantemu upper east region na ochiremu a na anu ye omahu nipa be 94 ya omususu say ensanchani omuda na die nya konya na ebia yare no ebia be se omo widiem meningitis yare na mpom kohwehwe mu no emu aduonu 20 na ready doctor for studio ase ade ne bi na aye wo mo wode nsanchofo ekasa ye upper west region na wode tudwa se woni ensanchofo kasa won kran wo se so kwa tifia toye upper west region ho no yare na manimu so na nso nyame adaroma beye se na watwe menu ntam de obi amfamu enhwere ne nkwa na eye na hohoahoa ahoboa apomodi ahye no aye de afa yare yi ho onabu kwabena minta akando de tudwa sesesei no wo matoto omani ahunu ba bia ade na manimu so pa eye atifi apoye mantam ne mu ade ehu enuro empane ani ehwa kande ebetimi aboa pomodi adwumayefo no adi bebira akogu sa mmia na yaresa bia ewo ho no atimi eba se bia bibi epagya no mu a wo matimi aso ano meningitis yade bia nipa bia bibi hono ewo na dwene mu ani ensuo bia ta nipa dwene no wachiri kase no na enya ho nse ya obehu se bia na otipae wo obehu se na awodo twale bia se na wo fe obofuno na wafe obehu na wasensene eno ne nsanchane aya na eda na die mama yentie ehon nsem a okaye ni bi.
Even the day we were being sworn in, Mr. President asked the status of meningitis, cholera, and some other outbreaks in the system. And so I had to, hit the ground running. We are going to provide whatever it takes to be able to contain this disease. For now, we have brought some number of items. The antibiotics they are using, we have brought enough. That we have recorded about 94 suspected cases, and these are suspected cases, and that out of the 94, the confirmed ones were around 20, and for the past 1 week, no death has been recorded so far. That once they detect it on time, I think that we can prevent the death.
Enu achi ena pomodin so for honorable minta kando edu tudwa se osre Ghana for se ade no pagya ne mu anaasɛ da no ho adi na wosɔre ɛntɛm a ɛne yɛtumi ɛsɔ anoma wɔ nti no wɔyɛ a wotie sɛ wosɔre anɔpa na hunu sɛ onipadua no nsesaeɛ bi abam te sɛ ebi a wuti ɛpa wɔ gagavi wo ho ayɛ hyehyehye wobɛhwɛ na wokɔn afei ayɛ dendenden asensene wotwa akɔn a ɛntwa ebi a na abofo no ebi a na wɔyɛ afei ka wo ho ma na mo ato ne ntam ayaresabea bi abɛn wo no kɔ na adɔkotafoɔ ɛnhwɛ wo.
Anybody who suspects whether you are sneezing, coughing, you have leg stiffness, you must rush quickly to the nearest health facility, and that person will be taken care of free of charge. So you should not sit at home for the situation to get worse before you go to the health facilities. I mean, rush to the health facilities, the slightest symptoms you detect. That is what is important, because once the situation becomes worse, then it becomes very difficult to contain or to control. The sad news is that some of them get to the hospital even already dead, and that one you cannot wake the person up. And so please, the most important thing at this point is the early detection.
We are nipa etene kaze yi e ya bansoafo a ohwapo mudien ho nsem onabo kwabena minta akando
Sanso na so ye hwe abafu kwantempo e fa so to nkra ene emu nhihye nyina so de krata bi apia bonte a wo sere se o giaje nkyere ne afutuo e de afiri aban lawyer pani ho nyina ne sen o se mampani His Excellency John Dramani Mahama oba bedi ade se mampani akache nipa wapa o so no bebu man se osro mada secretary se ne proye me de fa esuma se anana kohua gumi kwambotum no ompe bi e wona bem ntitu ni se bia aban ene ankwankwa adwuma ebe kasobom na bawie no ankwankwa adwuma efuto na sesika pewa ubenya no odwum ba bia na ontiase enti contract awodo aya sensan no eno na asoye atwa kratara koma soye a wonso eye aban lawyer soye so omonhwe na afutuo na akwanche bi ohom fema na omonfefe no munu adue sa contract nim na se obi adega na nsa ahyebo asenso a yetimehwe eya no krata esa akoso kire se wasanso behwe se eye frequency eye audit se ebia enhoma ye fa so to nkre de amamanfo ebi amanyofo ebi ankwankwa ebi businessman no wo mo hwese sebe obi ade oje no famra kwanso no oje di ye adwuma se ne se na efata na se katasumo muaso bi wo ho sa afutu onya ohwe kwanse no de ayre so ahwe bi na fu aduosi antem no ne nsa beka mu muaye every attorney general ho na agya watimi di mu muaye no so aye adwuma.
Amadishe mutie kasebo ifi Peace FM so won crying ya tu nkrataw ye besan aba.
So wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardband no a e de na se wo ye na se wo yam so atim so e
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt tira kwan entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wa nom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ohu beto nemum edi nanu na ho nto wo a ko hu doctor
Amanfo, the Amoka Chere Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papa bia, a biwo brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Kaiwell, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dear. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokomemle. CCTV a Boama monitor of properties, any business at anywhere in the world. CCTV a need ho. A wood detector, clear pictures. Wi-Fi connector. Utimi connect my phone. Our monitor baby a wo wiasibia. Freddy's Corner Home Appliances abeka Freddy's Corner edwosu ahodoa or ton phones any home accessories no. Fresh 0544 959195 and 02079373323 and now so brako memle city light in Chehwa. Na ye can discount any achadia. Ubetiasie. Freddy's Corner. Home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Bena Black History and War America, China, Africa, Ghana, and Penifua Bonabaso say, or say a real moment for Tiapopa.
Amin Scientific Hospital. I had a sabia, or one Fidian was so, Yawudasua, and Fidian Chiro Yadi, Nanua Sanso Sao Yadi.
Amin, expert or one croyaria, one run when nam. Now, what Dr. Fonia nurse for so, or what's ma?
Amin Scientific at the herbal, homeopathy, naturopathy, and reflexology, a sayade.
So, one I will pay, and I arena to same pa, Yamia Dumunti. Yarea expert. Amen scientific ebeboama inshallah ohwato na wonso adi adanse se de Ghana for ne abrochirefo bi di adanse no
Accra Amen scientific ewo dome Obersnet Flats and Alashibi nso ewo Klagon Eben Shaman Road under bridge ope
owon krabata p frɛ no chiro de ben wo 0245275254 ana 0207229505 Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital.
Allow Shafi nyamene yaresafo.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
Yeah, ebusia da mwase na ye mamu akwaba. America mampani Donald Trump de atudwa se na no afre Vladimir Putin ye Russia mampani e wa telephone so na di nkomo papa. De nkomo ne kase ne fa Ukraine ene wo mo ye Russia fo ntokwa ne ho. De wo ne wo mo kan ya ne se wasre adwobre etuo nkwatwe ne etwere na obi anya ntokwa na sabi nipa kum ne masaye no ne nyina etu entwa. Na Russia mampani Japan so mo besi nkonwa ene wo mo apkade nyina Zelensky ne nkofo nyina besi nkonwa no mo ato adwene ama yie atimi ato yie mampani Trump se ne yakeka kono onyi ni se Zelensky mampani no woni ne nkofo be do mo be kwa join eye NATO amansan ekuo no enya de beba so woni se ebeye wo mo yade Ukraine fo no ebeye wo yefi se no na nanko wo pe ensesa de wonyi ni se ebetimi abaso eno achi Russia mampani atonsa frɛ mampani Donald Trump se ya wo mra eye ensra wo Russia man emu
yakɔ agudie mu nsɛm so a yenye nim sɛ kɔtɔkɔ ene nsuatrama 70 mprempren de Ghana football no Ghana Premier League ne agukansie ne kɔso na wɔtwe bia no yatwe de asensan enti yeyi na kwan sɛ GFA ne mpanfo hwa agudie nsɛm so ebɛtoto nwoma na enche bia no Kumase asante kɔtɔkɔ asɛm abɛtwetwe GFA komi ɔmɛhwɛ ate de afi na ball bɔ asa ahyɛse biem ɛwɔ ɔman Ghana meche Premier League de no nanso abroche de ndo mo bopa English Premiership no enra ba ku bia na atekam Everton ene Liverpool ade boso na tete de ne BC ewo England enra unzamna ne eko school no mi se na me bo number 7 ama ababu primary and after preparatory schools na me school captain ene me so bom na ka se me won na machimu jai me do ba kokora oloni o me na me sen no eti enra de na first ye bi no ubobo na wodi kwoto atram se wim na school kura ni na tiesi park na so ye adaya odi an kan shego eno bi si o England ya babo na ana eye Everton for di kan to atra omo to atra no anche sima ba ku menu mensa aya ba sima 9 tem ana Liverpool for bete ene de ko first half second half ye ba no ana eye ayi Egypt ni Mo Salah o se nya ba ko pa ni nani fa no mpo munya den e wan se srodo wa hye ba kwa mala ko ye say 2-1 against Everton for in Everton for sa betrom ko ma se di ntwo biem na Liverpool biem 9 points omo ne Arsenal ya bo 90 minutes ya aso na fili be 5 minutes as a send ya toso ya bo akasima eni botata kakra bi na so Ashley ko di bo ba ko swing the ball agari nyanya di bi na masa peja bone dia ba na ba to capitore na so but saw na trakasa Everton supporters o park we na say kai we kwa de ni jaba emra be na okrum ha o mu gize boom o mu ya tie gu park so ye wu bi ache abambofu e pre na mtehwe ye do so chemu ye betwa fam so na mu wie na yi Everton pre ba ko wa Liverpool pre ba ko mu se kabo so na ye bobo na di nse hu no ma wi wa so nti anu ade Everton park no so Liverpool for coach ye man red card Everton for player ba ko man red card ena de ko bo ni mu se ma nti na red card ni yellow card esu santi e ma ya ka atete no aye bobo bi shegwa ye nya tisi monte so ebi esi ye baga na ha biom so general premiership no enkoso ntino smaller teams meche eye division 1 division 2 division 3 any course no on bobo friendly matches re be a wo betima dwom na so pa eno a achem so abane ne potem so aba United so omne Anka Football Academy to nsa from ko away Anka Football Academy for no so kwa kire se bondo mu ne bo omne so aba fori boy pan obi a hye ne nyonko ekam yenu Anka for no kwa away nemu no born na Anka for the buntino refi ni ma Anka goalkeeper no red card and was a cheap penalty ti Anka for no so still so aba for no ye ekoye 2 goals to 2 obi a hye ne nyonko mienu aha ene de anopa no nsi akase bono esi ena mote ye ne ye me nana ahofedua achenkwa na menum bemu asuna PC na wodi Ankan Kwame Yeboa enafi
Ajua Yeboa eji
Mama Monitia Adeshe enyumeku eta yechi JA Binding Company Limited omno de bind 20 disinfectant ediaba amansen yusubi no mudi nwa dancers en Ukraine waboboa no otas so was a crusade asori dem washrooms bebie ho enten wine na bebre ni atotonyan ya gia faso bia odibi kofefa ho a ebegyini nyina fro ho be hwam opere dodo atua 0541 80 80 96 0243 104883 number of friend no J Bani Yedase Kivo hot pepper them with the shito noodles na ye spaghetti shito fry and quine there wa opeso che utina sankan hweto mamokunkum eni FM yabunse etino ayenyinya mokuma nhuni sa Kivo hot pepper them with the shito yade de ya obi benya wa nefi yade de bia de urade ase sa o macha no pewe numre ho ba bia mu yedwe ne so le be ya adwuma sere be abosome ebinya kakada hwe emai ne nkwalai eno nso bidima fo se mo adwenya adwuma enye se medes kokro sa o ba bia o ya kwa ya sabia bidima fo de bidru be hwo ama ho ato e fen Dr. Time da so obeba mmere se o ya de ya eti wa pampami pious ebia mambosme miensa obetini se te ede fo bu o sebe woni obeya tena twempla kwa basa mfie miense mfie nani ge yinga se apawon kurada ena woje nchia me woge nyim na ne pa twa wuti menyim na fa komedi mafo udi bom paw aja wajo betene afropen banjiredim free 0244 774 282 0550 727214 ye be ma 10 gram de be na wajenchi again sa show moto amsa yewunzu anyim ge ida ena me woge pious pacho edbc ayekwaba
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Best Point Savings and Loans.
Best Point Savings and Loans sika krabia wo mugina wo mu na so pampe na awieye mre yi mu a wanhwe ya na sika krabia bi ede asokwan ada na wachenchene nti ene sese wunya sika krabia bi ti se Best Point Savings and Loans omuda so a eya adwumaden atoto sika sem amano awie peye na enhyehyɛ pa wo mo ewo mo customers ye eye bocho na foforo kra wo mo ede aba monten eye Best Mobile Banking. Na kyerese bank no na wo ye no wo phone no so no. Enu nti se si ade. Se yesa line tintintin anase wo se wadachi e wo sika krabia hode. Eni ho bio na ani kasem akon eka ho ne se. Wo betumi asend sika asan agi sika e wo phone so. Wo betumi asan atua wo bills. Ebi etese DSTV, Go TV, Star Times, Empo electricity bill, any water bills nyina no. Wo betumi atua afi wo phone no so wa bra wo ti baabi edwojo. Na wo mpe we ede na wo pe. Enu nti ye hia ne se wo bebu account e wo Best Point Savings and Loans. Na wo wi a na wa dial *277# na wo demukra. Washe banki na ye fofofo sa no. Best Point Savings and Loans. Ya makofa Best Mobile Banking aba. Jimmy so say wo phone nie wo sika suni.
Best Point Savings and Loans. Best Point Savings and Loans. Your dream, our business.
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Yamo akwa be de Ghana Montie so woni 100.9 sa wo hwe omre na do nsia no abapa wa ye semano aduonu enson yatena se bidin de luxury OSEI AGYEMAN amansa cha me kwabena mafo so agenadwa ye kaja na gum de obokrata mu nsem no ho ye de bro Your one bell from Teta, man, so ho. I face solid interviews. And then some of us are feeling joining and some of no egui upon us. And yes, special prosecutor and some Waka Edia Tuja, Efa Orak and Ufurata, your former finance minister, were declared no wanted. And were describing as fugitive. Eteme Pancho and then Yabeke. Ye baby sir or Mampenyan were directed National Service Secretariat. Ghost names are Ewa Hono. Say Bibisa or Ham Pie, but saying, or Mampenyan say, you. Attorney General Swakaso. Ninja, the Abel born Ninibi. Why? The Babon Ninibi near Moati. For you, Jennifer 02011627746. 02011627746. Yeah, back in kind. Now, the amount. Now, you bet you I be so many quadramafu. But I said, I know, Kobe.
Yes, sir.
Yo. Young Quanim.
I was here for Yamamu Atimamu Aqua baby or higher neat 100.9. The Bocrata register nano pay. And now, ye in sa password Yamamu Bakuba Queen. Daily graphic Yanimuha. Finance Minister when young folk and Wofuriata, as usual, was at a dear fitter damin sending faso. Special prosecutor a friend Kissia Dabain, or non such a suit to a yap and now, and was saying a white Yawabota Yegusua, microphone bebre sissing and him, or non so damin sabem kumoso, a yetiawa, or no one and down for Brabu and one and no quan nakrana. I want young folk and Wofuriata. We declare no wanted, yes, she no. And to baby, I will be a ken. Bre, na yes, she saw Ghana ha. Yes, we near our bridge home foul. Oh, quack or giant, say, my hospital. Still, I tell. And you are non qua MPA. Omo boss no, former one. Mustafa Hamid. One no see yes, she no. A nipper back what tea. Woman so can one special prosecutor. Declare one million I wanted ya. When does your papa be your cremuno? Will be a bedane. Share. Kissy. Kissy oh kissy. Ejabe brantie. Or betting of web say. Na His Excellency John Dramani Mahama what they say. Assembly our national service authority one. Na one no yesi ghost name sipa ya desisa akatua woman enipa nwatu ne yatua wonum ka no wo maye akatua woman no enipa di owote bese nipa 800 wa bra bia ye nipa 80 na nipa 80 eno no wose womundom asukwe na ewura no kura woni Ghana wo kwa US o wote abrochire wono so kwa abrochire
Hwan no
de no wada wo mu ano no
NSS no amenu abawaje
ewura no December
gifty in National Service Secretariat gifty o wara abawaje
de ni mu edu kakra eso woni ha wo
za
de bi woni ha okwa abrochire
oh okay honestly me confirm it there
okwa abrochire okoya de
oh
yeah
okay
esi ade me hu se saa na etienti o man ni sika no se urade ye wadoma na wunya bia
na wadi
na wo kwaburuchire
okay
ya nchew obi anya wo hwe obeba na etwem
saa mom hwan na ka se obeba na etwem
Ghana
se ye no kre se obi adi o man sika
wo expiry date
ze no kre se obi adi o man sika
e wo expiry date ebetwem abrofo na kasa abate ya hade ebetwem
yes
na abusiafo His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Ghana mampanin wotre se ye ho atere ye niska enti Independence Day celebration wey 68 Ghana enya mfrinsia baako 68 wakọ pension ma 8 years ababeto so ye niska hia yen enti nya de a ye be celebrate ni kakraka ye be ye wo Jubilee House ho na Jubilee House ho no me mekwa ahomate tira se wan kontam a ebi kura wunya baby mpo no wakọ akọtena se o kọ akọdi independent day ni bi enti me makọ ahomate baya 4:00 na mesi wo afei edi bank ya si cases ya wodo a wo drop ye no aya political reason amanyosemu nhwehwe animu enti no wo drop sa cases no ene wo teso da bi asam no ankasa ya de tu nipa no so no enyina so bi anim enti na wo twetwem baako a enkofo nte ase no afei ya sima nanja etese yaba enti wo mo ka kire wo manfo se wunya hu science bi a ekyere se wo ye nyama nanja etese ya na watu Amerika kwa ya asabia health minister kwabena minta kanno ene wo ka kire mu wunya mananja etese ya obansa ho ado ho do wie pe obansa wunya fever bi ase wanu mu nya wode wonsa to tetre maso a nyonyo asa wo ye nya 3D eyemananya etisia to Amerika kwa na yama waduro daily guide yanim ha Dr. Mustafa Hamid wadi mfoni yabatoa was suspect was a suit and was saying na white ya ni suit ni ya up and down yase wono nso 1.3 billion Ghana cedis yo na afa nensa ase MPA wonum nti womre na wono nso meyi ano ono kra de oteso won ko ba bia wotikrom ha special prosecutor awfre no a wode mirika beba kisie jaben da hanum sei but wo hwe nanim wa ne buafu tesa asem no ye na hipa wononyamfo kan wofori atanso de ne picture no da soro onum no wo sere kisie jaben tete ene wo san space no ano de kan ska no wo katre special prosecutor se woni ha ne ho mfa no wo abrochire wo kwa akoshe ne ho yare special prosecutor said deadline the man kuretem ya man February 10th no aba se koma enam yensa se nanan kura esa aba beguso enti sisi a ye declare no wanted ya say National Cathedral no ani yesie no sike kom no obeba bebu akonta SMD no a mukaya ekoso wo Ghana Revenue Authority omu agigi wo musika omu so omu ntumi ngigi ne yie enti omu pedumekuo bi abone paa ema report wa KPMG fo de betu dwa no sey monimsem eno so wose wo dom wasuko Attorney General say cross case ba ku biemu o James Jeti question trial no tinton tai wetem wose asem no yantoa so eni bio na ababi a sports wono yasi pole na yie no krob ya sante kotokoyin no otumfo se tutu a wotoso mienu wose obi a wosum kotoko bi a wosum mensia enti na yie no asante mai befa abai be establish a sports fund na sa sports fund no eto nkakra ne ye ba abegye ena baby a yetwa loto no ewonom nso de nkakra ne ye de aboa sports no said ye be ya ebetumi ejina ne na so yie J Harris yesi wa retire esansa afie boxing no wontumi monitor said ye na TFS no nipa wunyini no na wa ho oden so ete na Ghanaian Times yanim ha ononyamfo kan wofori atada ha was a white said ye tanim no de bia wa sefita na ya special prosecutor kisie jaben we declare no wanted wasi ba bia kan wofori ata wo bia no o man ya hwehwe no ntu America no womre afi Independence Day celebration ya nanke ya no amantem mampeni na nado danko akufu ado kura de na wayi mantem ba ku bia afi wo kokodi wo ho this time around ye twem ehia ye niska aya de be kwakoya celebration no enti ya celebrate ni nyina ewo Jubilee House ho mampeni John Dramani Mahama woni ha watukwa wakwa abrochire wakwa Germany obesa akọ Ethiopia wakwa akodi dwumedie sununku bi ewo ho World Bank for katre yen se yesika sem no gada momentum sisi ade eye ejina ne naso so far so good enti yanyire ye ho na yankeka nkọ yanim ECD for target say 9.7 million Ghana cedis project ya wo mu bɛyɛ ɛwɔ western region. Labour ministers ya katre adwumayɛfoɔ sɛ mo a moyɛ aba adwuma ayɛ a mo mfa politics ɛnkɔm adwuma mu obiara ngyina mfimfini na wɔnyɛ adwuma mfa mmoa wɔ man na saa petty partisan politics ya moyɛ wɔ adwuma mu no ɛmfa mfasoɔ biara ɛmmerɛ mo. Daily Post de Bokrata n'anim ha special prosecutor say former MPA chief executive officer Abdul Hamid Mustafa yɛhyehyɛ no ɛyɛ 1.3 billion Ghana cedis ɛne wɔ mu ambɛzere yɛka so obi ambɛzere sika ɛtɛ so wantoto sika sɛm no yie ama yɛhyehyɛ a yɛnhu sika no nso a ɛni futuom enti yɛhyehyɛ no baabi a ɔwɔ no ɔmfa sika no mmra. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama adarete na National Service Secretariat wɔ goals names ya wɔn de hyehyɛ akatua homam ɛdɔɔso paa enti ewura no yɛnhwɛ na baabi a sika no akɔhyɛ bi a yɛnyemra wɔn kora wɔni ha wɔtu kwa wɔkɔ aburukyire wɔkɔdwetwe no ho. Former Finance Minister ononyamfoɔ kan wɔ Foriata yɛse yɛn na wɔyɛ fugitive si yɛka so obi yɛ fugitive a ɛyɛ Latin word or fugitive mete fugitive or lucky do bunyum bi a oboy urege nyum ba ko bi fugitive ode ko ba mete ne yi wana mete fugitive enti enne kan wo Foriata ne dia sesa wo ye fugitive ye hyehyɛ no baabi a wo bia onhwɛ no womre ora committee ebra wo de report call ye no waje wada wo no mu ase wotwa wo mu mfoni aba Samuel Kuje tabla kwa odaha Remonate edaha Domlevo edaha na lawyer Martin Pebu ono nso edaha na Democrat me de to amoso eye Democrat your friend say enquiry na enquiry nim ha defense minister we making move ya say okoboko a sisi ade awurade adom asomje esa baboko boko ebefa ne ntoma pa efra enipa bi akeka won ho abomu a wo katira ben say Abrante Gregory Afoko omunya no free Gregory Afoko now Attorney General no kyerɛkyerɛ mu sɛ ensem bi wo ho no mu a ni adanse enti wo de kokogina court a unya adanse bi amfa mmokɔ adu na sansem no ene wogusu a wo tutem energy minister ononyamfo John Jinapo ene woni Nigeria wo mu minister of energy woni no ebo nkomo wa ha ya hwekwa pa befa so a yenyinam ebetumi agina ne naaso eno nten kwade de bokrata me de to amoso aye new crusading guide Electoral Commission say Council of State yaba ye koto ye no emiamia bi wo honom a anko yie nti ye besa akoto no bio North East region ye kwa akoto Ashanti region ye kwa akoto esan say honom no ya anto anwie Special Prosecutor second wo Foriata baby a wo bia no ye kwa akote naba National Security for eko ononyamfo kan wo Foriata fie eko hwe se kyerɛkyerɛ wo hye ne mpaase anatu akwa sili ni top ana wo hye ne dro wo mu a yakɔhwehwɛ no yɛ hu no but wo wa abrokyire ne ho mfa no wo akɔhwɛ ne ho yade God for oil program no data bi ya wo mu dia betre sɛ ɛse yɛhwɛ ne yie DFF yɛse document bi a wo mu ɛhyɛ daa de wo mu nsa kekaayɛ saa asɛm we sɛ yɛba medom wo sukwa ama mo maso eboate we make history sa wo pa ba mu a wo sakra wa ba beka Council of State fo ho a ɛyɛ saa maso eboate no a we make history court kyerɛ sɛ obi ankasa si ne ho hene self style edibiare wo hene ɛna nipa nan ya bo ano a wo si ne ho hene no yate wonum nyinaa the insight the Democrat ananim ha yase basre Presbyterian University College no retired lecturers bi package asase yedema wo mu no asore no basre wo mu mfa ma wonum enti mo nhye na mo mfa wo mu ade emfa ma won basre wo nyankopon na mentoto me mano o tumfu onu ni mewura ate me kamfo no ni nyuma me kamfo no ni nyuma basrefo munse na mo retire lecturers no momfa wo mu package ma wo mu na obi be gina classroom atra dia kofia na ode kom na ekọ ononyamfo kan wo foriata efunu be da no won kwa menem ye dikra no wanta dia special prosecutor ehwehwe no nipa no a wono ankasa si ne ho hene no ya te no ate nipa nan aka ho esanse enya kwan pa no wo fa so a wo mu esi saa ahenne no na tell das party anim ha wasi senti kura ya hwehwe kan wo foriata any senti kura special prosecutor dikra no wanted no ewo inside His Excellency the former Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia and Wakatra MPP Amanyoko supporters say Munsusu nhuru muntuma agufi wa abontin yo na nsamu amoka no enkofo befa ede etiamu debi mu twamu ho adapa adodo munsa na muntaso enkabo mu pe enehia Mustafa Hamidi Kata Special Prosecutor say onyanji se animu no no wano wontu kwan wo kuro mu waton safra na no pe wia ne anwumre obeba yase wo mu asese sabola no ekwa akoye adwumekuo ba akomienu pe eyasa no wo mafo manfo nyina nkoa ena ano mefi me kuro mu baaye mebe ka kire mu sezum lion adwumayafo bebre ewa atimu kwa wo mu ntua wo no muka esta makota ni nua mansa adwum lion fo de ne kafe baako wo mu ntua ye mansa wo mu ntua mano esta bedua wono so the same thing muntua ne ka mano wow muntua mano
what's 1 year
1 year afi baako esta bedua ye ntua ye
is it because eye aban no ne ntua ma zoom lion ntia ma zoom lion so ntimi ntua
I can't tell esta makota ni nua mansa ye ntua mano
oka dwumayefo no
ai na esta sha akubei wono so the same thing ye ntua ye tua kwa wofa ase ba yi a na first wo tibofro tua abrabo no mu ye de ntini sika asa gwejaya oyezum na ayon
no no tibofro na de sika na sa
ai say sika no asetene mu ye de nti wono kura wotu free da amanda da ana wo ba enzongo ho
okay
no wo benya eduma pa eyezum la ayon eduma ni bia no wo ye isi ayentua neka enti kohwe asetene mu aye de ne ama no Janet no nkra de wo de arensa wu enti munsa na muntua wo num ka ena ball eduma no nso yesi ya nkra nso emre mu bi yes enye nipa ba akofo obia betumi aye bi the enkwesita de bokrata nanim ha yesi all powerful kan wo foriata and wo ye fugitive yes se no
am say na de odi ahimpa won krata nanim
de ba bia wo ho be na kisie jabe na nso wono nso won twa ye ba ye be kan ya adu atere no pa
ye ba be kire adu
enti nipa wo ne kromfo namo a na wataya se sika wo pese wo mfa no okay sisi sika no awafa no
fa se dem se no se no wuntimi conclude se wa first cow ba o se ono na e ka se e je se ototo na no oye nhwehwemu ewo eye sika be ho eye no amanum se ye no amanum eye no amanum eno ba be ye nhwehwemu e de afa ho
my daddy why didn't you prevent it before it happened they be am catch say had I known it's always at last nipa no ye wonene nanam wonim sa ade no nye ada no wan kan kire no say yesika na wo fa dia wo de fa ne sika na wo fa dia wadi awie
say na etio kwabena se nipa no ya ade na wa wo te office ni ye hu
hey
Debi na besi de ne wa hu
Majedi
report enu nti ne ye wo eye auditor general's report enu nti na ye wo report bi te say PIAC reports enu nti ye wo report akodo nti eno no ebe fa wo table so a ansa na wo special prosecutor no won say ye wo mu
ni obia ka national cathedral sam
o say national cathedral de ne de and ye known and ye known national cathedral me say national cathedral de ne de ye known ye known to the public
good
because ne nim say national cathedral no rack no furata na kasa ka say enya de ne ye de oman sika ebe kwa kwakoshem
and oman sika koshem
and e ko ba say ye hu say ode oman sika kwakoshem ye known to the public. I agree with you but bibi te say say no ni nyina ne ye nhwehwemu o kwam na hu say nra attorney general ka asem bi o enti mo hopes ye high say enani chine ya no ye begigi sika bi na attorney general tire mu o say nhwehwemu saa no enough mo enra attorney general enra be ya da tie ni press conference ne pa
enough na ya no mu ma ye hope because
enu ti na da bia meka wa ha no unsa maka tira o say no ma ye ekosuwe yete bi da ye hu bi da woyomi o gagantu o woncheni wayomi gagantu o yencheni yenkwa ni se anyom na menum ye ni na twa ya na enya bi before no mu twa se anyom wo opposition me ba so mobile woyomi egosi sen
enenda
besi woyomi this can egosi sen
enenda papa sende me video bi parliament na ya mestre se enti me hwede na John Jina Paul ka se owono bro mu fra bem
ko ba no so
ya ba no so enti se ya na mo be
tis yanye ni se ya
ye u fra bem nko fo ba wo so enti wono nso e fra bem a nanka asem we say no sometimes omu say omu asem enam ensem bia titi say
yeah
asem no wasem wede but wama mehunu say omu ye wubi
enuti na wonso wu ye bi
enuti na wonso wu be ye ni bi
sa pepe
no
enye
this is not the way we should go
fan chechiro man kwa bna
and that ya ne former Gimpa school of law director
yeah
okay ato force in your finance minister ye ni bi enti omonso afiri wo
etu omafiri wo nti anu si ese onu si ye
ni bi there be say genuinely
mo
nipa no ya dia mfom so ewo ho a
onko gina amra na no
yemfa mra kwan so but enye nipa bone sam ni nsusa ni
mo
sani ya tetere
wa kan ye pa
my daddy my catro de bia say me people don't know me well now they go know
anya onko they go know
adia no say ye tuntum
sa pepepe na say ye ka no
yan fa time mama no yan fa time mama no
etani de tapoli
tapoli say de atie no mo amo be pa
because kwabena de woman is say owura kan ofurata me in person and am reports bebre amaka report bi te say Public Interest and Accountability Committee PIAC unsa woman na ye form go no wo mo hwe so ne ade e de man kwan ye fa so di ye form go no sika me kan report ne pa o da bia me kan na bitimi kan wasem say enti kwan a ye fa so di ye form go sika no ya na owura kan ofurata oye finance minister ordinance akokeka form go sika bebre a PIAC fo bisa ne say sika no wo de ye den ya papa ni timi mu ho akonta bia afa ama no etimi de na me gidi so no dachi bia no won semfua bia so yi ano de magana fo
na manjari wo be kai kura na be kura me fresh special prosecutor say onko GRA won say me can no consistent ya
say GRA enro ma ekoso wo
Ghana Revenue Authority wo say wo pe bebi abone sikasemu a wo motutu no basabasa wa eye ho that time na special prosecutor way enya kuro yi mu ana no
enya onti enya ya no Ba me dia me mpene say kwabena said ya wo kan no. Yes military officer say ko ready owura kan ofurata fie ana omo kopɛ de.
Oh, and Ponder, my Jerry said, almost suspect say BB wa.
Okay.
They have right to go there.
And I want more quiet, so one more why so one more quiet, and just one more quiet, I cake you.
Metia say about
yes, so red Jack Pandy and the moon or more ye.
Jack Paddy.
And ya, Jack Bay.
Jack no see I didn't quite now.
Jack Pandy and the moon or more. A man ran once and got pure parliament man. A majority for class said Jackpa a part of national security details so said no your man position
minim
ora Jackpa on one idea anymore sorry or the rich Jackpa on the idea anymore call muko can overrate feel
as what
it's when and no maybe a year bisa one mukuta search warrant one muko bisa say so say no man yan fam but quite so
my Jerry media I have given up.
Debbie, don't give up. Don't give up. Omre. It is said that John Jinapo honorable. Ono no be kebi ono no so efiri abemu amafo kra ba ne fie ne 6-year-old your friend say old daughter now and say it ye be ko ne sa na it is genuinely oro forata national cathedral come be you one Rana be you one because one of catch and say more fight or amazing yes, but they are genuinely you find go jam rakwan no.
Yes.
But then yet sa theatrics na yeah.
Na special prosecutor kra no. Sa was we declare no wanted. Nti onim kwan a ye fa so a ye hwehwe obi a ye tuni fi aburochire ba. Wo mu Interpol se wan.
Interpol.
Nti onim sa ade no. Yani a o kacha say we declare no wanted. Me na me kwache na brewa na.
Is he go hwene? O special prosecutor kra no nso no. Owo hoi. Se assembi ba Cecilia Dapa de enya no ko US.
Oko
wan ko US.
Cecilia Dapa.
There be Manchester Cecilia Dapa to come Manchester. Na sem ne ba ye no. Oko US. One FBI for ni ade nyina ko ye hwehwemu. Eto wo pesa wo kire say with all your networks no. Wini ma bi o work no for rata wa na. Me dem ekwane de me hu ni say wa to the extreme.
Yeso wa Mayo Hospital.
Mayo eno no we he.
Mayo no mo say wo say Rochester we say he. Minim say Ghana ni na kwate hospital no.
Hospital ni Mayo.
Mayo.
And no be send a message say men can't trust say na de TBS say we can cry.
Wo mo say nipa kro no ye nkran ni.
And no kwate hospital. Mayo. Oh, yes, I want to rack and over at all. With the network, a special prosecutor, Grano. And son, I'll be the club is all your fugitive. And Nipa wanted. Then you'll be a Sabi, and Nipa who be a say. Former finance minister. Would you only have yes, I agree.
President to crash, or no cry when you go for
Anana.
Oh, near.
I'm so many cattle.
Ma Rebecca, Matabo. Matabo this morning.
That's all.
Where you are down. So baby, I won't hear. Oba.
Okay,
Mingbayo.
That's right. Now the okay. And now can I say?
Na me bre.
Okay.
Mimbayo no no me say anope no.
Bianca wano.
Be fami ko why? Ma be fami ko.
So, it's kwamna special prosecutor no so no our questions to answer.
Say da me wa hanti.
Our question. We say we there our ya ni pay samidako. Matese samidako kasa. It's a trying. Yes, or special prosecutor office or a director in charge of something. I'm not too sure.
Oh, okay.
Somebody that Ebiana, yeah, no, maybe I see because to what extent I will be to medical be so you fugitive.
Yeah.
Because a man's an independent order, what can you that crowd with Ghana?
That is fugitive, no.
Yeah. So Obi so Gina Emrano with Ghana, Marana, just a way Ghana, then one can read. yɛde ntansa bi abɔn
obi a wedi bɔne adwane
mo watchire mo ye
watu pia afagyan oh okay
eja we fugitive
waji abudu
okokra odogo oko
otilong
okokra na chim futuro kra hu sa na de ne chiro it is also sign kind also we declared wanted as a fugitive so well special prosecutor office one so some questions to answer
to sabo mi abadani okodi America metim futuo nko na ubehunu ode saugo wote sejamwa ya so na so oba yimano dia mama ahumaka na sawuda ni osebode a kodio America metrim futuo nko na ubehunu
eto kodio America no ekono na fugitive neba
futuro pena
yo enti yenya mpanyfo ye no mbedi nkomo na ya hwe de wo
na abusiafo da nkwesi tanim ha 2025 Independence Day celebration no ya de aponko no ani asojafo ani aposifo
omunyina be ko Jubilee House
ya nyina ko Jubilee House
bakwabne
enkafe ni meduma aba
so we dan ka the police na constable kwabena ma
Excellency this morning parade bring a lot of dignities presence here this morning the 68th Independence celebration 200 military men.
That's right.
200 military women. 500 policemen. 200 police women. And fire service personnel. We bring all the donkeys and horses paraded here this morning.
That's right.
The ammunitions and all the equipment from Ghana Armed Forces. Great, may I ask permission to inspect the parade? His Excellency John Tamani Mama. This morning, at red, so.
Constable kwabena mafo. So there was a constable na.
Na minya wie pe.
Wawie.
Ano no me ko.
Wonya dokunu bi hono di. Enya friend na because am Roberts bi bo kro no na wo.
Constable to say.
Yeah. Master Independence. Edman dey say no na we.
Nkofo bi atese ka me nkopata.
Okwa
Ani den yimre ase obi ewuda taifa.
Taifa yes. Me hu ni mo.
Wa me.
Me hu ni mo. Pabna ma me nka we. Che. Za wa me ha.
Wow.
Wonsano. No. Ba ko machi. Taifa kwa sa be no ma bank ran ha foforo kra. First week.
Wow.
One more baby on fraud Darocha close. JB Darocha. Baby and if you know. One a bang, if you wanna. Massa, I dear cron for the year. There was a time, by 2 months ago. Now my pond touchlight. Me do fear mena me fear one when I me fear one quite book cave now they're quite ra. It's a mena one who na better say month for be theatre before. Cron for. Could you believe say? Pamina me share cron for no. I want to motor so. And I know Musia, I'm upon touchlight. I'm a coffee. You see, na sa a cron phone or mojiji phone, so no one was area muko papa.
Wow.
One was area muko papa. And see, way and radiasi and as a woman could not honor. No more so no. And now one muko grave, fear be more. Wama dika akwako bokro no wo ho ene de minim say one more
ene wo mu chi wo mu
na
we no wo ka say me nancy
we already na yes no wo mu debi no mu ya kromfo wo mu ko fie ho efie ko no already no wo mu akwako bokro no wo fie ho some months ago it ya say emrante na wo ho no my wild 80 wo mu tell mo chi gwe no mo no kwabena mo vem wo mo papa eti ba ko dwane ene ka ba ko eti ba ko ne ka no no wo mo de wo mo gya no kwan boko asemna nchire mu
ma tell police fo bi a misia wo mu operations ko Accra bem say or the inspector Eyim
okay
na ne mrantie wo mu bo aduma pa o Greater Accra operations inspector Eyim but we misia wo mu wo hu a free La Paz edeba ma 7 hono petroleum wasai na police ni si ye twa ni nsam sei and ye twa ha but ejumenti ni nyina wa plaster o se onu police officer olom nava na angro besishia no no omuji ni phone na on eja office wo ye police ni nti obetumi ma jare wo se se wangugo no ho ankomuku
na komuku na to
no se enibre a wo de bokro no police officer wo she police uniform omuje onkura tuo se wapon nti wode ne bibia akoto na woko omutan nsem ha ne etwa ha sekan
so
yeah
acha se mrante wenum ne de kwabena de on beje wo no na wonim sekan a wo mo de twa me ha san wo machi kwabena se wo me kon wo sei a
nka abeko
aba
because I mark we na say ya wo koko ho be
yeah eno ne ye kodu hospital no mo so mo pa menye ye asese de aye no mo se the station na ede boys ni go papa
wow
5 am mo meji u phone se see the phones it is time fast am assembly member waiting crying Palestine crying enra kwa na me try say me reach you say we ne bambofo no because time fast out ho no sa boys ni go ho wo mu go ho pa eti efie ho no na wo makure edikan akọ ho na wo san ko ho biem na wo vem wo sa na koye
na enkwesita nim ho anum say customs officers wo mu tre say Brigadier General Zibrima Yorogo wo mpe no wonko papa ba ye watoto nioma basabasa enti wo mpe no bio onsan konkonu nabe afei abato wo basabasa ye course ye ka ho asem enipa ya to abewie ye fa wonu mu aduma na ye rush sankofo ni nyina ye beyi wo mu adi fere squat ofosu na ekase attorney general drop case ya mo ka there be no legal issue asem mi ani ho eyetumi amode ma no ene wogina so a wode ye najuma overseer the bokrata nanim ha hanu na edu so adarate say ethics and patriotism anya aduma e school curriculum mu maami no aso wonko SIC MD ne samo kai no ya fra no horista dia yentumi wose wonko wobekọ court kura kwa akote daare efrum be da no wonko amnem wobetumi ni aban atomanso wobebrese 100 over Ediama James ejenim boate we take over afa yesi goes names ye course National Service Secretariat ewura no ya hwehwe no wono so sikapa anya sikakuma enso woni ya okwa abrochire kan we foriata ye dikra no wentedio ya hwehwe no His Excellency John Dramani Mahama abo Edmond Combat din say onkoye deputy MD Emato finance minister ever present in the first budget March there to sudu aye Dr. Kese Atoforsen wakwa ko read in the budget yo na me ma tare nkuomba ma me post wa nkuomu ma me kita port na yenye ye no chief executive officer no
so no matese o ma yina free ho
esa no wunya adwuma bia wote wo ntinka menya adwuma bia me kwa me to office ne masam me na agu table so na me to wo day break the bokrata anim ha customs officers kire say ayoro go out yempel sanko sina ena wo ignore transfer order yesen kwonko ba bi foforo nko yaduma wo so wonko enra kra GIC fo ye meeting no wote won mo a wo ye meeting ni bi Maswa Buati anya 32 years ya or your youngest council of state member yabako semu ebi nsi da General Tanya Kulono take over Ghana Port and Harbors Authority Director General Tanya Kulono I greet you this morning. How are you, sir? Na Hamid Mustafa and was special prosecutor. No one papa. 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. Na tunsa from me. Meti kura mu tunsa from me nko baby ya. Bra fe na wototo papa so. Kan wo foriata ya say running away nobody turn do. Running away nobody turn do. Running away nobody turn do. Special prosecutors say when nyamfo kan wo foriata wa draw ne dagger. Na ne dagger no wo twen ye no kan wo foriata so ena ya twen wo enti kan ye bebi a wo bia ya hwehwe wo bra. Afe His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, former Vice President, and you say, ne have boys no, wo mo pocket 400 million Ghana cedis wo mu die gane. Isi kan ye boni say. Hey, special prosecutor CMP 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. Say sika no aye kan unim ni sika ban. MP GRA and cartel bi e ka ho. Yes, marine gas smuggling scandal bi so asompa. Hey, na just sika na pa na wo de aye ntan wo mu nyan hwesemu ye. Magtere was agyeman atina konya dada. Afe abefo internet de no so yebeyam
yebeyi e de amount. Pabna me etie special prosecutor asem ni bia for the two dwa enra. Net ye for enya inchiremoni ye.
As to state that the purported raid on Mr. Oforiatta's residence was staged, or at best, an imposter action in an attempt to court disfavor for the OSP and to derail the investigation. You know us very well. The OSP is never deterred by such occurrences, and the investigations will continue as by law prescribed. These occurrences and the OSP's intelligence, which will not be revealed at this time for fear of compromising the investigation, are very instructive as not to put premium on Mr. Oforiatta's alleged imminent peril should he travel back to the jurisdiction. In any case, the purported medical letter transmitted through his lawyers to the OSP did not state so or demonstrate so. The OSP is unconvinced that the purported medical letter transmitted by Mr. Oforiatta through his lawyers to the OSP represents a medical report to the effect that Mr. Oforiatta is incapacitated or is so sickly and invalid to the extent that he is physically unable to return to the jurisdiction without imperiling his life. No serious law enforcement agency, and certainly not the OSP, will be convinced that the purported medical letter stops it from demanding the physical appearance of Mr. Oforiatta before it in the described circumstances. We are of the firm conviction here that this is only a ruse employed by Mr. Oforiatta in aid of his intention to avoid returning to the jurisdiction and to personally answer questions in respect of the investigations. We are convinced that the real intention of Mr. Oforiatta is what was communicated to the OSP in the very first letter transmitted by his lawyers on 31 January 2025. That is, he has left the jurisdiction indefinitely. That was what was communicated to us at the first instance, and that is his intention. He has no intention of willingly returning to the jurisdiction. That much is clear to us. Consequently, ladies and gentlemen of the media, the OSP declares Kenneth Nanaya Oforiatta a wanted person. He is a fugitive from justice. The OSP will take all necessary legal steps to secure his return to the jurisdiction and attendance at the OSP. And this is to Mr. Oforiatta. You have two choices. You can either return to the jurisdiction voluntarily, or the OSP will enforce your return. Another case update. The OSP has also commenced investigation into suspected corruption and corruption-related offenses in respect of the operations of the Minerals Income Investment Fund, MIF, especially regarding payments made in respect of Ejapa Royalties Limited, Small-Scale Mining Incubation Program, Quarry Value
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Asante Gold Corporation, Electrochem Ghana Limited, the Lithium Asset, that is Projected Lithium Focused Exploration and Development Corporation, Gold Asset 2, that is Enchi Gold Project, and all other investments by MIF, and funds expended on the chairman of the board of directors, the operational funds of MIF, purchase of parcel of land for intended office building, and all contracts and agreements entered into by MIF, and all publications, especially international publications by MIF. We are withholding the names of those under investigation for now, by targets 2 former officials and 2 serving officials of the fund. Third, the OSP has also commenced investigation into suspected corruption and corruption-related offenses in respect of an alleged embezzlement of 1.3 billion cedis from the Unified Petroleum Pricing Fund, UPPF, at the National Petroleum Authority, NPA. The investigation primarily targets the following persons: the coordinator of the UPPF, Mr. Jacob Amwa, NPA staff Frida Tando, NPA staff Wendy Ashon Newman, and the former chief executive of NPA, Mustafa Abdul Hamid. Lastly, it will be recalled that in the last quarter of 2023, the OSP and the Controller and Accountant General's Department jointly commenced corruption risk assessment and investigation into suspected corruption and corruption-related offenses in respect of government payroll administration. It is also recalled that the assessment and investigation are especially aimed at isolating and removing the names of non-existent, ineligible, and undeserving persons from government payroll, recovering wrongful payments and unearned salaries, prosecuting persons suspected to be culpable for any offenses, and the institution and implementation of internal controls in respect of payroll processing and payment of salaries. We further recall, as you do remember, that to facilitate the rollout of the investigation and assessment throughout the country, a pilot exercise was carried out in the northern region, covering educational institutions under Ghana Education Service and the Tamale Teaching Hospital, by a joint team comprising investigators, tracers, and assessors from the OSP and selected staff of the Payroll Processing Directorate of the Controller and Accountant General's Department between December 2023 and April 2024. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, I'm glad to announce to you that after thorough investigation, the OSP is now ready to commence the prosecution of persons suspected to have engaged in such conduct. So earlier today, I directed the Director of Prosecutions at the OSP to file criminal charges at the High Court in Tamale against the following 6 persons. 1. Yakubu Tahidu, a former teacher at Balogu MA Junior High School, Yendi, in the northern region. 2. Abdullahi Abubakari Sadiq, an integrated personnel payroll database coordinator of the Ghana Education Service in Yendi, northern region. 3. Sami Suk, a schools improvement support officer for the Yendi North Circuit, northern region. Mohammed Yusuf J, a one-time headmaster of the Balogu MA Junior High School, Yendi, northern region. Stafford Kolete Azude Barris, an assistant chief accounts technician at the Controller and Accountant General's Department, Accra, the Greater Accra region. And Osman Isahaku, a one-time headmaster of Balogu MA Junior High School, Yendi, northern region. The main charges are corruption of a public officer and corruption by a public officer involving the manipulation and siphoning of funds designed as fictitious salaries from the government payroll. The identified persons would soon be arraigned before the High Court in Tamale. Thank you for coming. Any questions? Yes, sir. It's always Elton. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Thank you very much, sir. So you described Kenoforiata as a previously going away from justice. You declared him wanted, meaning you've come to the conclusion and he has questions to answer regarding the investigations that you have done. You referenced the National Cathedral, the SML, and others. Are you able to provide us some details as to his exact role these matters that we come to the conclusion that was implemented. Secondly, declaring him wanted. The claim there is that he is on an indefinite medical leave. And I'm wondering, I mean, is there no room to allow him access to street?
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie,
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie. Na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, a few minutes ago, I signed a directive declaring a high-profile person a fugitive from justice. This person is wanted by the OSP to answer charges in respect of several cases, including the following. 1. Contractual arrangements between Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited and the Ghana Revenue Authority for the stated objective of the enhancement of revenue assurance in the downstream petroleum sector, upstream petroleum production, and minerals and metals resources value chain. 2. Termination of a distribution, loss reduction, and associated network improvement project contract between the Electricity Company of Ghana Limited and Beijing Zhaochen Technology BXC. 3. Procurement of contractors and materials and activities and payments in respect of the National Cathedral project. 4. Activities and payments in respect of a contract awarded by the Ministry of Health, initially commenced by the Ministry for Special Development Initiatives to Service Ghana Auto Group Limited for purchases and after-sales service and maintenance of 307 Mercedes-Benz Sprinter 305 CDI ambulances for the National Ambulance Service. And 5. Payments out of and utilization of the tax refund account of Ghana Revenue Authority. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, the fugitive's name is Kenneth Nanaya Oforiatta. Mr. Oforiatta is 66 years old. He was the Minister of Finance of the Republic between 2017 and 2024. Mr. Oforiatta left the jurisdiction on or around 2 January 2025. On 24 January 2025, the OSP communicated to Mr. Oforiatta that the OSP considered him a suspect in respect of 4 of the cases described above. Mr. Oforiatta was directed to attend in person the OSP on Monday, 10 February 2025 at 10 GMT for interview. By communication dated 31 January 2025, Mr. Oforiatta instructed his lawyers to inform the OSP that he was out of the jurisdiction indefinitely on medical grounds, and that the firm will notify the OSP of his arrival in the country in aid of rescheduling his personal attendance at the OSP. Further, the firm offered its willingness to provide the OSP with any information the OSP may require to aid in the investigation until his arrival in the country. Then on 5 February 2025, the OSP responded to Mr. Oforiatta, copied to his lawyers, that the OSP did not need or require notification from his lawyers of his arrival in the jurisdiction. The OSP acknowledged Mr. Oforiatta's lawyer's gracious offer to provide the OSP with information in aid of the investigation.
Okay. Enti aya orek Kisia Jabem or ye special prosecutor ne semenenra or the two Jano enubi and an ame body amount say we declare Orek Kenneth Nanaya Oforiatta wanted and fugitive. Yankwa amano so ye ne Harry Nana Boache, dodo na friend Nana B. Or ye national organizer de ma NPP or say a lawyer ni inti ye ne ni nkomo emphasis me. Nana B mache.
Ameni amijuzo.
Nampo mo ti say.
Twidi ampo adaroma or the enenso ache.
Ye de Yakopon ase. Na ye bisa se enra presentation na a special prosecutor the Yema Ghana for near Yasa Fanena declaring former finance minister Reckon of Rata as fugitive. Say, yeah, Kikano. A Cassi Sudia say, a beya and the Papa Mona so no aba, and yes, I dear. Nature say alternative means were or betchenaba. And Rasa presentation here to Jay. As I wish law lens in the mua, sign it to the man as a lawyer.
Minya Madasi. I'm a special prosecutor. Adama. The money be one of my ayana or money too dramatic. I don't think so. I don't know Ghana for here. Hey, you reckon of that? Oh yeah, finance minister. Iyi ni free so. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bọ̀ sún mi ń wọ̀twe nsún ana yɛde to aba. Ɔwɔ kuro yi mu a ɔyɛ a na wakɔ medical check-up na waba. Onwia ne nkɔ baabi a special prosecutor nso nyɛ sɛ bi a yɛwura mahama baayɛ na wapa wo foforɔ na ɔwɔ kurom ha. Nsɛm a wɔka sɛ wohia ɔpanin no na wabɛboa in investigation nyinaa no na ɛda w'anim. January 2nd ɛna ɔsrɛ kwan free chief of staff sɛ ɔsɛ ɔkɔyɛ the medical check-up, the medical examinations bi. Ɛberɛ a yɛwura chief of staff foforɔ baa ɔtake over koraa no ɔsan so ayi n'asotiri sɛ wɔfiri ekurom ha a ɔwɔ amanɔne na san sɛ wɔayɛ finance minister pɛnti no ebia na ɔmo hia nkyerɛmu anaa krataa bi anaa sɛ dwumadie bi a ɔwɔ so obidi ma ɔmo a wɔde ka asrɛ afiri ne nua baa panin hɔ sɛ wɔtu kwan no wabɛn nso deɛ ɔwɔ sɛ ɛka akyerɛ no ne nyinaa nso wɔkyerɛ krataa. OSP wotwerɛ krataa de maa ne wɔyi w'asotiri sɛ wɔfiri ha wɔ amanɔne a ama hospital a ɔkɔmu medical check-up nyinaa no hospital na atwerɛ krataa de abrɛ wo. Nnipa din hyɛ aseɛ. Hospital no de ɔmo address aka ho, ɔmo telephone number ɛne email address nyinaa no ɛka ho. Ɛna ɔmo kyerɛ sɛ adekoro nti a ontimi nkyerɛ da a ɔba no ɛne sɛ ɔyɛ series of medical examination. Nti ɔtwɛn ne doctors anim ama ɔmo assign off. Ɔbɛma ɛberɛ a ɔbɛba. Asɛm na ani o. Na ansa na special prosecutor ba outcry no na asrafoɔ ɛnya yɛ ho footages ne bi a japa edi ɔmo anim abɔ awura ɛyɛ yɛwura kɛmɛfra tafi sɛbisɛbi yɛni wuram we are not in a jungle. We are former finance minister. We are not going to. And yet now, we are in say every buyer. It became public. Say na home fano. In fact, COVID abreso you know. We are home. Say na home fano. Inti impokrano correspondence in command need no crano. It was fruitful. Now lawyer for anyway engaging. Inti nan we are now trying to cut out. Neze bi grandpa wa trying pano be 6 months bi and I want to nka. Nan we are na mun ne chokrata. January ye mu a year February ye mu. Ini busume ba kumpepo. Ghana no wo gude ne mas. Sabi nya do sabi okonto time ya for aba fefe. En Ghana de ba ko a amansan nyinaa ɛde dɔyɛ no yɛbɛto aba MPP bɛba NDC bɛba MPP bɛkɔ
Bebacho melusu kakra voice no ya.
Bacho hemfa no wante
Baby na aka say Ghana ade amansan nyina de doye ne kwa na voice no.
Ghana amansan nyinaa ɛdɔyɛ sanse yɛ democracy yɛ kama menka bia mamu yɛbɛto aba yɛbɛpagya mu sɛsɛn a ɛbɛtɔ fam din huru sɛ ya ɛbɛdwo nti esi dan ɛna ɔba bɛyɛ press conference huhu sɛ former finance minister te sɛ nea wahwehwɛ no ahwe baako bi mu a yɛhu no anaasɛ ne baabi a wohwɛ no wakɔ ne fie wofrɛ no a ɔmfa wodi baabi a wobɛhuhu no wone na lɔyafoɔ di nkɔmmɔ ɔno ara mu nso no akyerɛ krataa na dɔktafoɔ nso de krataa brɛ wo enti hia paa ne sɛn sɛ ɛwɔ sɛ woyɛ nsɛnkyerɛwfoɔ nhyiamudie na obi a wayɛ yɛ finance minister pɛn sɛ wopɛ n'asɛm sɛ wompɛ n'asɛm na wotɔn ɛyɛ ne sɛ ebia nipa na ogu n'anim ase ba Ghana na wohoro yɛ na wayɛ no national embarrassment na BBC report former finance minister declared fugitive yɛto abawie na anu yɛ ɔno na srɛ kwan sɛ ɔkɔ akɔgye mpɔmuden ho no January yɛ wura February mi odwane akwan hwɛ obi a n'asɛm kɔ court sɛ wafa Ghana sika 70 million Ghana cedis a ɔsɛ de ma kantamantofo former Maslow penny on the wako court kwama court akasa ho court jail no 10 years yehwe na yehu no onu kwa obi aba beye press conference e declare ne say oye fugitive yehwe no eno kwa yesika kwakodi no no a court aka ho asem awie no so far from this now was I a press conference I will say a year 10 fee no cry no a soldier for ne sra for a bar ho no ni ade nya no oyo no na akofo maba anu abestit and the CCTV footages cameras are capture asrafo yi somebody believed to be Japa edi animu na yera kano frata ene Japa traka benedom them it also can o press conference to move say you believe that the raid by some military men was staged by yera kano frata one fa adansi de bia mo one fa ina so bia me no answer was say the intelligence and the CCTV footage is swaba. In fact, we'll cry no enough grounds. I tell you, a human are we no. A camera quasi when he enkum a human angasa we no. Dr. Mustafa Hamid D. Obunidin said, or under investigation for but Dr. Mustafa Hamid said, Ninsan can invitation via to some friend. Friend say, Uniano, say Omra. Nanin common. Na odi ababe tuja na ase ugu nipa no animu ase ase nipa no gane afiri bibi ho but to sam fred Dr. Mustafa Hamid can say we here no for an investigation meanwhile or krom ha and what happened yesterday dear a national embarrassment. A Ghana and a Kamia say special prosecutor a whole Gentuma a wabonte. And I think we must condemn it. And Sana. Yeah.
Okay. Now, does it mean say be ana special prosecutor no enye convinced? Communications between the office and the lawyers of Urak and Ofuriata, because earlier also Trouble say o two kwine now onim da beba and no state here, but subsequently you know yehu and krata lawyer for the man who I say kwa wakono or koshe no ho yade na ebia obetumi krasa ye surgery a doctor for the back canon ebia ebetumi do sapon so na onye satisfied. That might be the reason, Trana.
Oh, I'm not make as a hospital na nkasa at the krata bro. Mini a unhu sa krata ni.
Meba so mehu krata.
Krata no na hospital din eni so.
E was so here.
Hospital ni details ni eni so.
But that's a special prosecutor and the case that's the one yin no.
That be na I know not say. And I make things say Sankebia with some time, some period crown ebia unhu say ebia nipa no or enwa no okeka. Sabi January ay mo na February when I make say almost start to cross on mudin kita ho a or talk kata so we here no. Any 1 month o. Mini a all here letters na do 1 month.
Meba so David.
Kabi. Any 1 month cra. Enti nyeze bia nipa no o kan say no no so kan say there be. Provide of all the details. O ma ho break akra o pepre wo ho. Say adwen bi ta etiri nti ana. Na ebra omukọ ya military for no kokọ yes ha adwuma no ekọ ni fi no an the following day na also ba bontia over a press conference te when your intelligence say e yo no akra na stage na afi CCTV footages about outside enyo no also a team take you on. Because I say what they are trying to check Ghana for. Say when your intelligence on one eye, you are or the evidence about saying on one. Say be Japaya is what we do you mean or in what I can be. Asra for an ewumi or no movement. Now our numbers may be a car from the bow now or no much. Look, let me state on your platform. If you penny be any woman who can every brown, be and who began every brown, who be any woman. We are ready to cooperate with all the state institutions, but not in this dramatic fashion. Not in this jungle-like fashion. Don't you near Burao? Heavy. I don't know, dear, we will not accept it. We are ready to cooperate fully. And an earlier American, Dr. Mustafa Hamid Asemi. He has not been invited. He has not been written to. On your telephone call, he's not been called. He's not even received a text message. He is here in the country. Yet, a press conference, what the number say, he is under investigation. He is not aware. But what about the Tuja? Then you create the impression in the minds of people, say, oh, Johnny Brown. Maybe, and you know, so as I said, the new patriotic party, we are ready. We are fully ready to cooperate with any form of investigation I lawful. We are ready. but Mr. and yes, a crime with so no David.
It's na kwakwa say special prosecutor no wapre ne ho but na bibisa to what extent na yebetimi declare obi as fugitive.
Oh, me kakra mu no tell me kan bi a wonso wo wahwe ofiri ni pay no ato ha ene no ayi sei anase bi kwa wonnim na chiri kwan wo hwe no kwa wonhu no. In this case, we have correspondence. Your letters are what Trakomano. Se me share a brow di can Trocomano. First time I Trocomano. Any baby we see here Crampona. Any 2 weeks cry. So baby or hospital knows what true. Hospital address was so. State our one was so. Doctor cross sign was so. Doctor no cry trust say we hear any further information be a ubetimi arechino on this. Oh, so you declare somebody a fugitive if you know all reasonable search what if any panachira kwine wonam ha wo wura ha wafa ha unhu no. Then you can say na nipa ne yehwehwe no. It will be information beyond is been declared a fugitive. It will be information beyond Pamra. And what's what Katakomo be in 2 weeks? You cannot respond. Say, oh, to Krano, former chief of staff or Krano at the letter command. Current chief of staff by him, so was our kind say, oh, or the letter back. They move in case who Hiana Ahano. Also, what on the letter? The lawyers are responding to you. We say, oh, there be. The lawyers for no trial and won't hear reasonable time. Na doctor for actual letter say, oh, answer ni bit me who reasonable time because I get checks near ye. If you say ya you no a brazy na e be mo ya we. Uma ho bre kakra. Afekra ye bu be kra say ncheba. Afekra na ye bu be kra say ncheba. Nti bia o ma ho bre kakra na ho se nipa na bia na o da bi o de to ha na o de ato ha, o de fa ha na o wonam ha. You can have that reasonable suspicion. Say, oh, maybe I say, really a yard or so. But what to the Pacrata, you need what you mean, crowd. And he said, Biswa, what trouble or 2 quayon? And not a man at the Diablo who cry a throw away, invite to Crano 2 quayon. What to find that? And a Bimucano, as some I had canons, yes, if you are 70 Sinan, you. As some Nessidada. And someone who came cases are also here in Nano. In fact, the person was no longer a minister of finance for about 8 months before the elections. And if you could have even still written to him at that time. And yan or Chrome ha throughout or call no about Onyane da uncle babyada. It is a weird fear. I also said it. No, we didn't want to say, but Ghana, no, we didn't want to say.
Na mekran na me bisa anopempo se special prosecutor ye hwe ye mama Cecilia Benadapa Nensemba ye no odi nchiremo eba betu dwa no kan to the extent so mutu kwan ra call amanone for US kwa ye nhwehwemu bi ne ade ewo ho. It is doubts woman na ebia ontimi cross check e said ye ohia nipa no enhwe se no kre hospital ne krata no mede ba na mpani ampa se eho na wo ansa ne bia bibia waba be kan na
oh menia te se we kra de oh nti adeba kwa me pe wa asem no wa jimu no ba asema no watano ana impokra nya se baby o hye no nso no wo hye baby e no go area o e baby o kan ye wo active mission wo ye wo Ghana for ye adwuma wo you can even write to Ghana mission so wo mon konkohwe ta address e ho e hospital ampa As a hospital and Panswa, you were patient, you were no your friend Kennedy, Nanayao. Oh, no man. And you go again for that. Oh, Doctor, we more Hampana. These things are easily verifiable. Easily. I will bet you. And as after that, or Baby, many of me when they say a brass rap for no call on one. And now, can of rata lawyers for crown put so, a command SP say, oh, a sraf will be a bar. Now, you see who say, a young cat, would they be, and who been a be a making crown, wouldn't you miss any panocran, or took my movies be organ and no shady fee, and the much more be said, oh, Mura on one. Or man responded to letter, and answered the following day on their press conference. In general, I think, sir, I should said that also. Again, let me repeat the new Protect Party, your members, your penny for, or more masum abemu, any or more a free abemu, any or more nimu pium. Obie no one man organic and free and brown. We are ready to cooperate with any state institution. But we are not in a jungle. Yawomra, a better BBR. Don't find your Juma. Sadameka.
Yankwe and the share decisions by this current government, especially the recent one about Betoja a year. The revocation of appointments after 7 December. A letter issued by Honorable Julius Deborah, Chief of Staff. Betoja no one say.
Oh, my car some enra, and then Yami Aduma, me a lawyer for a file processes in our court. The court, and number council, treat your ganamra. Omampeni, Adarma, Yesibia, Unye, Omampeni, pen, why you be paying? In fact, you are Chief of Staff, call no, a sign, Sakata, and say, what the ECA, a year appointment in the moon. 2026, 17th December. Near to a baby move from them. Or more appointee.
You mean 2016?
2016, sorry.
Yeah.
2016, I not move free a bem for front. The money at the appointee you are dom level. Means one was a cat.
Signed by same Julius Deborah.
You exactly. So I've been a year appointee new MCC in Penning for Sobekaya. Sabre no no omo ye appointment sabre na ye wo police for omo training, immigration for more training, fire service for more training. Omo nyina pass out. And to say yewra Julius Deborah Ghana bra emma economic rights. Se obi be famra kwan so anya adwuma na ono nso ede ahwede mpuntu wan fa koti kwancho wan fa mra bone kwan bia so wonnam kwan papa so ena ode secure no adwuma Ghana nso yema aban bia emfie 9 aban etwa mu no within emfie 9 no mo fa nipa bebre 8 years so first 4 years Ghana for assign mo be in first 4 years. The new patriotic party you fa nipa bebre every year different dates if nipa. So obinya the appointment after December 7th. Menua recruitment enya daba ko nya de ye. E dwumadi a efa a lot of processes mo. In fact, that's an institution be on mo krampa on be fedi pano. Also mo trokoma finance ministry so omo pay financial clearance. Na omo hono omo declare X number of species. Give obi hono ma okọ retirement. Obi how resign for jumanim. Obi how medical grounds untimi nya jumabiem. Tuke kansa anima we nyina sie ni a ebi a ye wo akwanya obo sei ewo aye adwumamu ha. Na akọ before kra na edi kan akọ adwumako ni board o akọ board ama mpanifo ebobo ho to ma wie na HR aye ho adwuma nyina wie no board ma approval na HR to kra ta di akọ finance ministry akọ chi financial clearance. Chi financial clearance we are asana ye di aba asana be hwe recruitment na senti ni na ye part of the processes. Nina say eye edumaku a omo an tu omo hoka ebi wo ha omo gi omo sika firi aban ho nti na wo so omo ko gi tumi firi aban ho say aban betumi tu omo ka ebi wo ha omo an de no tu omo sika no omo an tu omo nkofo ka eno so no board no ehia ebi wo kwa wo tro koma minister say your X number of species wo ha I person ye fele minister board ma approval minister ya notify minister say we need person ye na no so ni ahye twumedi na se no my engineer December 7th na ye to aba MPP ye lucy ye no and ye sha say ye fenipa mu yo ma be ko interview ma ko mu ye go through a whole lot of processes. This open Julius Debra nano wa kasa do nsa hye ta ase ato letter appoint will be as auditor general ya ba ya mpamu nipa no NCC for penny for ba ya mpamu nipa no ya ba 2017 mo afa nipa bebe ya mpamu bia se o le krata o de ba ya kwampo no etre because be kaya no wadi kan to letter bi e de akose o institutions ni nyina fa report mrew omo recruit omo after December 7th. So omo de bra won an ka bia wo hu so there have been some breaches with the recruitment processes. Na omo enya the needed authorization and omo ya you state so in your letter but over trust recruitment is against good governance and principles are Open Julius, good governance and principles, ni say, ya tuaba. Nan to kwama. Basa yo BNC. Na eni wa be chief of staff pium. Emra na do bae. Emra na ni yedi yewra mahama bae. Emra na dini siso. Oso afuna mu a oso aye no. O ka se obebo Ghana yemra ho bae. Se bi nyado, se bi okonto. Wanga so be tete yemra so. So thousands of Ghanaians, many are Omonia Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, for Nigeria for any to believe Ghana and then nobody one. Now, can I question one? Now, can I say a Trabani year man penny, Binasi, a Traba for Nancy Sana? From that time to time, best when Nipanonia president, is that lawful? No. Can you suppose to catch your Kasama president? 2016, the interview bureau. It is all over. The sure seminar. The Busa no Casa see a 4 years, near 2 hours on the night, on the eve of the swearing in. And the 2 minute free president for Fonasa Ediba, yeah, but president now will come at the back for now. The Bajo was that interview to be.
Yeah.
Exactly. Indeed, then necessary. Matisse being so mad reason be so basa a day. I should be a first casem who added to a buyer or basso. How? Referring to piano, this man share. The space is no here, no one.
Because the woman says, "So, what financial clearance now? I buy the best then with Yaneka." Okay, but
no way you can recruit a financial clearance.
Yeah, a brand.
Omo di kan yes adwuma we nyina. Omo HR yes anima we nyina because as I said so be here enipa e ogyina ma bebre so. No different depend to mo hwe ehwe kwan mo fa so betwe nipa no ansa kwan na board approve. Ansa no ma share recruitment process na say. So they do this all the time. Who's Adam no a friend Ghana what Mutawakilu.
Mutawakilu, yeah.
A branch is saying about I say, oh, Ubia Yukutin after 7 December. You revoke an appointment. Or no share Ghana water. Na Ghana water for recruitment Omoye, you know. Appointment on Omoye November 2024. It won't. I did your way. Or no actual letter and on why I stand it. December 7th now, Chief of Staff account. Because Chief of Staff letter no a lucky legal sound reasoning in Tino. Or also the Akonachi at the November 2024 because of quite a review, you know, who say, or more recruit your mono. The donor free November money by in Tino. Or said I standing at the call just to cover them. Why? I don't know. I didn't hear that.
But who said during the transition period, Yenyanetier from the spokesperson of the transition team then, a year one beba bemono, a year Felix Kwachiofusu, no kase abino a year illegal recruitment. A man am soma a year minuaba information minister Fatima to Abubakar. Ebebaka say Debbie na aban the crowd on free aban mu eti aban ye recruitment and I'm the kwan so it now
man to be fair to Felix man so all use the word illegal.
Okay,
so can I say aban fed nipa within the transition period I will feel say aban hot.
Honestly speaking, I monitored Felix various platforms baby and no kasa dia fa ho e ma ne kwan say even baby a oka the chi version o se aban ne fa kwati kwan so e de fa nipa
me jutum into no part na ka bi anka me sign it
me I monitored
enyina so ne say hwe
eti wonyi ni say eti na me di bisa wo say wonyi ni say bia na bibisa so akoso a amfa the normal usual process ya the recruiting
Mekaiser your bar for National Service Secretariat. Unze nyame maduma mekoye deputy chief executive for hon.
That's right. As you see, yes, ghost names you crowd maybe some answer wako.
Okay, awo hono mimi wo 2017 na me fi 2018.
Okay.
Inti hona sem no there. I may not be able to respond to that.
All right, okay, no problem.
Inti 2017 I buy na Public Services Commission at Troy Krata say recruitment be a share November 2016. No more Troy letter the Brand National Service Secretariat leadership said they should halt the recruitment process because there are a lot of breaches and the due process is not being followed. The Brand almost had 3 times. And some ye buy no must have follow up. So recruitment be a course one. They teach yamra and you hold it on. The reason was National Service Secretariat now they have been volunteers nationwide. If they are here 5 years, if they are here 7 years, if they are here 8 years, they are still temporary staff. They were not given the opportunity to be part of the recruitment process. So they petitioned Public Services Commission that recruitment is a cost for them. A recruitment a share continuously and a Public Service Commission share or more energy to hold onto the recruitment. You could see say clearly we a recruitment and some pattern. What we did was that we only started the recruitment processes all over again so that omo volunteers na ye mechanize omo no ma ye adwuma ache volunteer spirit no for 5 years 6 years omo that's why they can be part, they can also be part of the recruitment process. That is it. It is a opening chief of staff when the contract had the Akakoma state institutions is a woman for report on these recruitment emerald. Say CEOs and heads of institution and Katria will say there have been breaches with the recruitment processes. There have been some illegalities perpetuated. And Kabaka crack anymore. But we won't count the crack anymore. Or say, oh, Yen Chemusan say, ye to a baby and ye far against good governance and principles. Since when? And a BBI a friend of good governance and principles. A be grounds for termination of recruitment. Since when? Since when? Indeed, near the time, you're a chief of staff. You're a Muhammad man and 2 minutes on your side. Yamia Duma. Ye court.
Na a court and a him for near quay because some woman does so.
Oh, there be say you want a fan. You did how more affected persons need. They can go by class action. But me as a group normal pay lawyer. Now lawyer for no say omo relieves her omo air pen. Omo, I believe the court of first instance for them will be the High Court. And I mentioned the 1992 Constitution. Omampeni, I'm the Chief of Staff, a Bunenim Tia. So revocation of appointments, and number of council. It hit your Ghana bra. And not dear, we are Ghana and India now who say Ubi. And the Constitution, age form, and we take so. And now, we boomerang swa. Ultimate court. And the affected persons, they can go by a class action, they can engage a lawyer and go to the High Court. That is fine. But for me, a Yura Mahama, and a Yura Julius Debra, and a Attorney General, and a me, do more air court say, the Sessa Court in country almost said, a pine on my first one, a Yamra pine, Sabi, Ghana, Yadembra, and a Titri Kuno, Yura Mahama. Embra and a do buy. Embra ne do jumena. Yan from running your juma. The boomai.
Na enona a cover all kinds of recruitment, and I say ye teachers, nurses, post for ana it is an I wanted the encounter.
Debbie, Usha Muni or Candia. Usha letter na dia 19 account.
Because letter net to me is 13 a year. Unfortunately, in fact, na ye pension from fellas. Patrol for so name say according to our own president to quite no we unable to reach him and run and then and pay yet try.
Oh, say you so can so no on in a juma na wa Shamima anamwa.
Yeah, Shamima Muslim.
So on any deputy.
Yeah.
Mon friend Musa. On a metro because my who says it's usually be a local government, my who's all mature, it be much letters because of that. But Osha chatted about her. So I told to heads of state institutions.
Yeah.
Police can home, immigration can home, military can home, in your truck to the whole fun of Sadia, and I say, oh, yeah.
But then there say a can't Sadia, to my opinion, it might be dangerous, but
and yes, you know, it is dangerous. It is dangerous. And Americans say, you're regular zebra letter to be more happy.
Why, me no kasa no masa because so we shall or say well or say consistent with the government pronouncement with the relation to near end of tenure appointments and recruitment. I wish to bring to your attention that all appointments and recruitment made in the public service of Ghana after 7 December 2024 are not in compliance with established good governance practice. Yeah.
Public service no, police in Ghana.
Count pa.
Immigration Ghana.
Count nurse for count church of.
Nurse for Ghana. A doctor for Ghana. Obia Ghana. Why you could be a nurse for Ghana? Did I make us say need kind of? as a young to your boss, and I say, ye prepare your way be been the entry be bimra. But who shall let a party? Eh, baby, I have any pebiano after December 7th. Wow, once a car appointment letter piano after December 7th, just you are affected. In fact, minimum year of war, almost a car, almost letters, a bin sacan on the 2nd of December, a bin sacan on the 3rd, a bin sacan on the 4th or so. And no crown because letter all kinds of siano. A year prone to abuse. Because now am I going to know? I'm told that the year of one so yes, oh, almost so appointment is on hold. Why? Almost a 1 year after December 7th, daddy. My appointment letters, about earlier. But still, no more super so much. And I say appointment that will make near to end of government. I mean, of Julius. Who wants such a letter here? But that would get you 16 December. Can also near to end of government. Why also now try and I would ye auditor general. You see, auditor general would ye and they on a cut around. I'm on a year, man.
Okay, good. Answer maybe some way. Sad way, you bear the end you found because on my penny that Mahama, a brand to a baby 2016. In 2017, on also shall see criticizing another that could father say, oh, how much money was a because I don't know.
One who crack you run another Danko Kufado and started a chief of staff. Say on toilet and comma all state institutions say on chat a Jumadi and won't be.
Maybe official letters I mean who be but a year or Ross suffer for a make public statement.
We even criticize him. Obekaya, even Yura is watching a castle, Yama MVP from Guamabunajuma. You criticize him and be patcho.
Yeah,
apologize for that. Okay.
Make I South Africa. Ambassador.
We criticize him. There was no institution. In fact, there were a lot of evidence of how pass out from police for immigration. In fact, Yura Kokwajima Menu or tried to be and suspended recruitment of nurses. Now, yes, because no percent on your verification of the financial clearance. It's in letter Mukwano state say, or say suspension is not in any way revocation, but it is only to ascertain the financial clearance given for the recruitment of nurses. Or yeah, so I checked in your way after about a month. Yes, I'm even further financial clearance required to recruit even more nurses as I can. So anybody who will rely on your someone for some more kind, not our kind. It was never the position of government. And government never sacked anybody because your power says and your kind of near government recruitment. No.
But Nana, mejitum say, you be a human resource. Yes, yeah, there could suya one no. Yeah, what your recruitment process basically then say 6 months. Yes, sometimes you need a financial clearance. But we better say, the neighbor baby room. Yeah, to a baby answer. You be who say appointment letters. A concrophobia and yes, the papa you know. But I say, the pardon be appointment letters. Are you ready within that period of time? I did it and sir.
Very good example. Ebrebia say, "Oh, you were morning show yanopa. What started time be?
We started 5:30.
No upon time be.
No upon 10:30. 5 hours.
The 10:30 now upon. Within 10:30 no. Now so we be catch us say wabo jingle be na why LPM be a wafuma obejatum. Oh
yes, and me traffic mousy.
Exactly. Within wodi wo time a yɛde ama wo.
Okay.
Wo time a wodi yɛ adwuma. Enti nhyehyɛeɛ a ɛwɔ adwuma mu ne sɛ me nua ɛhyɛ adwuma ase 5:30 na wapɔn 10:30. Saa period no yɛwɔ LPMs a yɛload di ama no.
That's right.
Yɛwɔ jingles a yɛload di ama no. Yɛwɔ interviews a wobɛyɛ. Nti sɛ wafrɛ wo nua nana bi within wo time anameboa.
That's right.
Na emu mu no sɛ wo free hɔ. Na sɛ afei na obi abɛtena se no wo sa ba nipa no ho abɛka atɛn sɛ wo me mmɔ me LPM na ma mmɔ a nka hyehyɛ no ho anameboa.
That's correct. And the watcher.
Exactly. And Sanjay the same thing. Yama aban bia 4 years. 4 years no. On the 6th of January, Yakwakos will be in on the 7th. The media will be piano and ratchetry. But that's what said to me. No? In this case, Crowdy, 8 years are MPP by every year, different dates, different times, you're ready. Yeni brewe say oh we dey ya to aba wi ntine brewe dey yemfa nipa o anaso we brewe dey yemfa nipa ye wo enema ye hwa asan ya fa nipa nipa wo fa no betime atua ne ka nipa wo fa no ohia ne services board approve mo declare vacancy bi mo hia sa staff strength yi e bi kwa no mo bi offices wo baabi the officer mo bi no mo hia sa staff be ko ho eti mo hia tini na no mo consider ane to wona mra kwan so and how ye. The most important criteria is that it must be lawful. In the absence of that, maybe anyone more bit me aka say no ntino wetwam said be a free be good governance and principles that be.
Okay,
you have raised an important issue because we had the wording of the letter now. Dangerous. It means nurses, teachers, doctors, every recruitment done within the public space. After December 7th,
yeah, because honestly, some of us teachers are calling one more contact. Mark, I deal with yes, you can home. Nurse of one because them yeah, me say oh, there be when they mean yes was be a monomo ye pa.
Yes, was say one actual letter.
And that is the reason Tiana Minya Felix Quachu for since Enra may send to Minka no. But Yanis Shamima, yeah, we are arranging because we have to speak to them. They bisa you interrogate the matters, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's mean any.
All right. Nana, what 2 p.m. was a mobile press conference?
Oh yes. Oh, also Magana for you now who and maybe a coso. Yeah. A by. So I said to be also a friend at the Ora Mewa. Ora notice Omokan say Omoko music free said Nam Tamaklo.
Oh, there been a Sunday and the encounter.
I don't encounter.
Oh, Sabna Tamaglo, there's a court are convicted every year.
Ora no. As such as a operation there.
Recover all loot. All loot.
We cried the tea a quarter year with Jumama for fufu. Operation recover all loot. Ya sign all nasi. We cried a quarter year with Jumama. Court said in Tamaklu. Whatever Ghana Sika 70 million. I was in Kedi Koma Kantamantu. A Janisi Yano. One fan court. O my basa. With your quarter here with you, mamma, and no crown for your friend. What occurs them low hanging fruit, and maybe I won't choose some ground, tea, I know what a break. You see, this alone, I have even a paragraph. Oh, Ura, Jumamucano makes Ura a Jumanu useless. This alone. Because why are you at the level or see a Juma Modocoma or Mampenino? Or see a fair crown or see a young audit and San Crowley to me, I can say bit my prosecutor. What one is Gaza?
Yeah, waka.
Good. Meaning, said Mamma, my show the way. The personal transaction, they went for just shopping. Omonam, hey, we see here, see. Will be your letter by hey, yeah, we say BBS you how near track and oh, we say so cause how near trust, hey, obi aba ben bi wa ho ni atro e no makaka ni nyina bom no mo de papers bebre bi no mo de akoma ma mpani e na dom revu na aka se o we di adwuma omu yi di no kwasem ne se enye enye adwuma obetimi aye na afi no so ye audit esawo within the time no mo ye adwuma lawyer ba ko ka ho ba je friend sekra Martin Pebu
yeah.
One to say or can't say former BNI boss about the home say I want to assassinate me now you crash my card to the imagine wanted.
Yeah.
Yes. BNI boss at the cat out because that's a minimum number. Minimum casada. Men Toby bia. I've not bought anything illegal. Me make sense to say my Toby bin in a gym. Who's there no omen go as you or have no man to yank one. Ura ya chairman at Airport Hills. We say revenue are winning in a parliament secure the mount. Parliament secure the mount. The Martin Crown is around 20,000 or so. What if allowances are also the winner from committee sitting near the other account? Yes, and the bono would the fund 40,000. We see no penny revenue when you Ura chairman of Widget. Oba vet in Yugusawa also to what Airport Hills for 8 years. Airport Hills 8 years are what name. Airport Hills. Say all pass as one plot crown was down at $500,000. As I see you pity at that hole as dying to $500,000. Okuja to at now 8 years, it was an annual day also they've been now rented. And also rental between $15,000 to $20,000 a month. Into funnel on the low side, Crampa. Now is every month to 300,000 Ghana cedis. 300,000 Ghana cedis also. And out here. Into one or chairman, and Fanny says it can be free. I was who you must declare. Call that enough one of them. Corner coffer with tenancy agreement, bra, or the buyer. Payment to be any tenancy agreement paying. And then how much you are paying a month. Tenancy agreement, you could to the buyer. Who would now where they know? Who could you to one of them now where they did? Say I tend to root you out and I will trade. Tenancy agreement, I offer by a figure him. Would you see? Would you see? Setting them to my jans or Namon. Attorney General buy within 1 month. When you end 1 month, Ubora court, Ubia, Yadigan, Sikadia Mano, Unkusi dying 5,000 units. Usi 1,005, a man $200 million. Usi 1,005, a 1 by 7, which in a court, you didn't have. Now, President Tama, Attorney General, a Ubora court. Offering Pacron, Yura Collins Dada, a Pepano, a Hofron, a money position, Hajj, tax force, on a chairman.
Sandra, what's church in more?
What you must say?
None cases now, I drop charges and ask.
What you must say?
Sir, a wolf Collins Dada, the Anna.
Yeah, tell you didn't go.
Somebody said those were bad, specifically on Collins Dada, they are working. Or can I be say minister or no on ye engineer on your way basic then na minister na aqua inside crowd and with the table the number of dying it is say
your friend be ultimate responsibility. On a minister she a choose a sense car on a foursome. On a policy direction. Jasama you attorney general and to know what and a biomograno. It is not you and also determine what your court. So if you say the panel who so one. And yet, man, when you so my court in the be decided. My court in decided because yes, see, I'm not obesika. It's not the all kinds or not your minister, no, the be decided, no, be so who is going to account for the $200 million meant for 5,000 units But you see, only 1,005. 1,005 no one's Yanzen. Who is going to account for that? And I maintain the explanation, but now okay, part of the idea. I'm even it's even scandalous. Yakofani yini pane frimo to obey once operation recover all loot. Near original court that I have no queer to say Sikabia Panas. I then now my court in the terms oh, when who so assembly no uncle. Oku yini free on warrior charges. A IT system and no more building was net. A Maya de Yura and a storm Simunia could pay $66 million. Charges I had the board. Court a drop in a court go you. Court drop in and a come you know. Woefully causing financial loss to the state. Yes, it on answer. On one crown a day, submission of no case acquire. And a court book so there be. When the empire was saying, I should be any attorney general and Timmy mine, I should be about where me no dear. Bibu Orma also once. Court account. No one boy round. A cuisine, a pea, a hofron. So on. Operation recover all to know. Where do you in a court to $66 billion? So on. Say uncle. Bank of Ghana governor, Mr. Siama. Say the Benevonia will be in what time? A Ghana 7 years. Now year, deputy governor, and banking sector supervision. So sir, we have a high man. Savings and loans, the microfinance for good. While reporter, modify no. I can say ampa. Only a distress. Now, what's our advances? Close to about 400 billion Ghana cedis. That the banks are at that form of ego without approval, which in a court. Yes, you should answer me. Only nipa be in a court. Yes, you should answer me. Uber council as our banking sector in a very similar case. And at ACNDA. It's only a capital bank on.
Yeah.
Good. Once a court akasa amonokra ja to say ampa. Or the now court a buying a man of crown because
Obetuakana.
Good. So that should tell you, say, banking sector will not ensemble. So you don't just drop the charges. You don't just withdraw it.
Because charges no enya de nyina so egwom. Ono hwehwe mu no ensuo enyinem.
Wo si ensuo enyinem.
Because a defective.
Okay.
So by professional ethical standards no or say it has no valid reasons to be to me at was.
So our court are all can as my court in Casa Assembly. Who would you sign it to be able to say wouldn't mean? Because a bra we need free court alpan the following day he appointed a governor. It's a chance.
Okay.
Sabi, yawo and penny for Kroma. It is all you be free court. Now we withdraw charges. Not the following day now or man penny man appointment on the Governor Bank of Ghana. And a coincidence. A wapayo masha that she the answer ni bit me appointing no. Young could drop charges no. Answer to be appointed. Now when you one of the requirement to cancel, you cancel say, and you don't go on in a court or any pabinum on no pay and you could in free. And if a part of one your man appointment on a pay. It is a whole catch of charges ringing as well. I don't know. Or more Kenyano, young drop charges because you're not for a cahubi. Neba a cahubi. Any 2 others or so a cahubi. Carry the young drop your money in our charges. Anka Bank of Ghana governor. No penny you could in if you know a part of my no governor.
It's a no mobile become once a minute at Ghana for.
A year in some beginning all of these sense.
Okay.
Of President Mahama. All of these things. Just a little over 30 days. Just a little over 30 days. Just a little over 30 days.
Okay. Nana bi anope yada say after my press conference no dia mo de betu dwa bia no so ye be follow ne yamo de o. Yakobon sha. Jene eye Henry Nana Boachi eke Nana bi. Oye the national organizer at the New Patriotic Party. Oza a lawyer ni oni ani didi nkomo no. E fan sama hodo a e koso said America ene the media space is flooded. Because issues no dorso ever. Young Kwan for Adria Jennifer 02011627746 02011627746 na yankin kan fama o Adria nchire 02011627746 Enra Dr. Dominic Ayini oye Attorney General Ensema oditudwa ebia wonte dia ene etie bi wa hai.
Discounting the value of the built environment renders those charges, in my considered opinion, defective. The prosecution in this case also failed and or neglected to take account of payments that were made by other ministers who took office after the Honorable Collins Downer. For instance, the Honorable Atachia, as Minister of Works and Housing, approved a payment to the tune of $5 million United States of American dollars in 2017. That ought to have been considered in determining the value of state funds that the Honorable Collins Downer had misapplied. But that wasn't done. And note, ladies and gentlemen of the media, that the Honorable Atachia was never charged, even though the Honorable Collins Downer was charged subsequent to the actions of the Honorable Atachia. So I leave that to your own considered judgment as to why that happened. Now, in criminal law, an accused is entitled to know with precision the crime that he has committed and the burden that he must discharge in order to prove his innocence. This is basic criminal jurisprudence, and the charges in this case, and the other in terms of the cases affecting the other accused persons, fail to meet the standard of precision required to put an accused person on notice of his criminal liability. Ladies and gentlemen, the third reason why I dropped the charges in some of the cases was that the evidence adduced so far fell significantly short of what was required to convict the accused persons, and yet the state pressed on with the prosecutions. I consider that to be a total waste of state resources. As noted by Promang JSC in Afoko and Attorney General, that is the case that I cited earlier, the prosecution may enter a nolle prosequi in situations where, upon review of the proceedings, the Attorney General detects fatal flaws.
Looking to level up your life and
the case which may lead to the acquittal of an accused person. In other words, a nolle prosequi may be entered to avoid possible verdict against the prosecution. My review of some of the cases certainly revealed fatal flaws in the case of the prosecution. A few examples are in order. In two of the banking trials still ongoing, I took the decision to withdraw the charges against Mr. Johnson Pundit Asiama for a simple reason that in the course of my review of the cases, my attention was drawn to an internal memo prepared by the Prosecution Division of our department for the attention of the former Attorney General, the Honorable Godfred Yebo Adame, which recommended that the charges against him be dropped. This is very significant. This is an internal memo prepared by professional prosecutors advising the Attorney General that the charges against our current Bank of Ghana, the governor of the Bank of Ghana, be dropped. Note that Mr. Johnson Pundit Asiama was charged with contravention of the Banking Act for granting a facility of 300 million cedis to Universal Merchant Bank and for causing financial loss to the state in the sum of 150 million Ghana cedis. The internal memo, which I just cited earlier, concluded as follows. This is very instructive. It says, a study of the facts of the case indicates that the initial facility of 300 million has been recovered, leaving 150 million outstanding. This office has confirmed from the Bank of Ghana, that is, the Attorney General's office has confirmed from the Bank of Ghana through Mr. Alexander Tarr, that is PW2, prosecution witness 2, that the interest from the outstanding amount is presently being serviced by UMB Bank. Mr. Tarr also indicated that UMB has an amount of 150 million locked up with CBG, that is Consolidated Bank Ghana. It is expected that when the said sum is released to UMB, the loan amount for which A3, that is Johnson Pundit Asiama, was charged with causing financial loss to the state will be repaid to the Bank of Ghana. This therefore may render the charges proffered against A3, that is Johnson Asiama, moot, leading to his discharge. So the professional opinion of the prosecution division was very, very clear that the charges against the current governor of the Bank of Ghana are unsustainable. In other words, factually, and then in terms of the evidence available, he could not be convicted of the offenses charged. Obviously, the former Attorney General failed to act on these recommendations which were made to him by the prosecution division. If he disagreed with the recommendations, I am unable to say, but I agree with them. Based upon these recommendations, I dropped the charges against Johnson Pundit Esiama in both the Unibank and UT Bank cases. In coming to this decision, I am fortified by the rule contained in Rule 40, Sub-Rule 2, Clause A of the Legal Professional Conduct and Etiquette Rules 2020, that is LI 2423, which provides that in a criminal case, a prosecutor shall refrain from prosecuting a charge that the prosecutor knows is not supported by the facts. But note that I have not yet dropped the charges against the remaining accused persons because I am currently in discussions with the receivers in order to understand the financial implications of any decision I may take in the future. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, my third reason for dropping the charges was that in some of the cases, the evidence led so far showed that there was reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the accused persons. And as stated earlier, the ethics of the legal profession mandate that a prosecutor should not continue to pursue a case in the face of overwhelming doubt regarding the guilt of the accused. In other words, where a charge is not supported by the facts and evidence, a prosecutor is ethically enjoined to drop the charges. I'll give you an example. In the case of Republic versus Stephen Okuni and another, the entire case was built around the fact that an untested liquid fertilizer, Litovit, was purchased by Cocoa Board and further that the fertilizer was not efficacious. In the event, according to the case of the state, all sums of money spent by Cocoa Board to purchase this fertilizer caused financial loss to the state. Rather strangely, not a single farmer was called by the prosecution to prove this fact. Contrary, officials at Cocoa Board who were invited by the investigators gave statements to the effect that Litovit fertilizer was one of the most effective fertilizers purchased by Cocoa Board, and that the farmers preferred Litovit fertilizer to the granular fertilizer. More importantly, in the course of the investigations, Cocoa Board took statements from two farmers. Whilst one stated that he did not see any significant change on his farm. The second farmer stated that after using Litovit fertilizer, he saw a significant increase in yield, and that Litovit fertilizer is a very good fertilizer. Again, in the course of the trial, the defense tendered an official report from Cocoa Board which covered field visits by Cocoa Board officials. The report, which was tendered, was to the effect that Litovit fertilizer is a very good fertilizer and that farmers actually prefer it to other fertilizers and was the fertilizer of choice in areas in which Litovit fertilizer was supplied. This is clear evidence that contrary to the case of the prosecution, the use of Litovit fertilizer rather increased the yield. The farmers who use Litovit fertilizer, including the then national best farmer, in their evidence testified that Litovit fertilizer increased, the use of Litovit fertilizer increased their yield and that it was a good fertilizer. During the course of their investigations, the investigators had two reports from Ghana Standards Authority on Litovit fertilizer. The first report, which was later confirmed to have been done, and listen to this carefully, members of the press, to have been done at the Cosmetics Department of GSA, the department which does not have the mandate to test Litovit fertilizer, okay, indicated that the sample of Litovit fertilizer submitted for testing did not have any fertilizer ingredient in it. This finding was challenged by the accused persons and the investigators, together with representatives of Cocoa Board and the suppliers of Litovit fertilizer, took a second sample from the warehouse of Cocoa Board. This sample, which was again tested by the same Ghana Standards Authority, but this time by the proper department with a mandate to test fertilizers, concluded that the samples taken was fertilizer in the first place and that the fertilizer was efficacious. Furthermore, it is interesting to note that in this case, the complainant, that is Dr. Edu Ampoma, who was the third prosecuting witness, PW3, lied under oath to implicate the accused persons, for which reason a perjury application was filed by Dr. Stephen Okuni against him. The then trial judge, Justice Hoinuga, for reasons which are totally unacceptable, did not hear the application, but rather stated that hearing the application will prejudice the hearing of the main case. He therefore adjourned the application until the conclusion of the case. This is most unacceptable because in a criminal trial, it is important to hold the scale of justice evenly, and any doubt raised must inure to the benefit of the accused persons. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, my fellow countrymen and women, the judiciary in our country is independent under the Constitution. In the context of criminal justice, judges demonstrate their independence by remaining neutral and impartial arbiters in disputes between the state and individual citizens. The scales of justice must be held in a delicate balance between the obligation of the state to prosecute crime and the right of the accused to a fair trial. Conduct by judges that undermines the fair trial rights of citizens should be concerning to a self-respecting prosecutor. Without meaning to impugn the integrity of any of the judges who were involved in the cases in respect of which I have either entered a nolle prosequi or withdrawn the charges, I am deeply concerned not only about the conduct of some of the judges, but also concerned about the fact that the executive branch took certain actions that could be reasonably interpreted as inducements to convict the accused persons. An ethical prosecutor must endeavor to protect the innocent and convict the guilty, and one cannot do so if the judiciary is not impartial. When Justice Hoenuga single-handedly expunged otherwise exculpatory evidence from the record in the Okuni case, and then proceeded to rule that the accused had a case to answer in his ruling on submission of no case, he was far from portraying a vraisemblance of neutrality. Indeed, he directly undermined the fair trial rights of the accused persons. Again, when in accordance with law and practice, Justice Anoche Jima decided that he was going to hold a de novo trial, that is a new trial, in the same Okuni case after the when Hoenuga went on retirement, the retirement of Hoenuga, he was instantly transferred to Kumasi.
When you rent a car on
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Prosecution. Also, the decision by the executive branch of government to promote some judges who were sitting on some of the cases is very concerning. The perception, whether true or not, is that the promotion may be an inducement to convict the accused persons. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, fellow countrymen and women, in conclusion, I wish to make it abundantly clear that I did not take these decisions lightly. As I indicated above, I consulted widely and reviewed the files diligently before coming to a decision on each of the cases. You would note that in some cases, such as the Snake case and the banking cases, I withdrew the charges against some of the accused persons, while others are still under consideration. I am keenly
It's a Attorney General and then ranch the one or the Magana for no. What's ye? Nakwamna? Mameko Amanas, when I said that they be American. In fact, one of my favorite female voices on radio then. Shamima Muslim and then Mesakan wa Homaneswa Meneno Eba Bidi and Komo. Shamima Machi.
Yeah, Anna.
Yeah, and Mauso Chini dear. Na all to say.
Namina Daruma, Mehoye,
Mehoye. Yeah, then you go pass a pa. Oh, Yakopa don't boko, Yamuya pa, Quadramafo to say, Mentia Manapa.
Why?
Quabnamafo.
Hey, no mammy.
Mate. Okay.
Sami ma metra uchi no why? Metra no watch me brofo no.
Now that I have an ababeji.
Say ehun akohi.
You be weekly lesson.
That's right. Okay. All right. Samema Edikan Yembisai, a letter signed by the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra, revoking appointments, a course, and as a recruitment, a course, so after 7 December. A dear pote na Honorable Julius Debra want to communicate to Ghanaians.
Madam Wase, Michao, Sona Michao, Fonina.
Okay.
Letter no, Mokaya, very simple and straightforward. NDC as a party and NDC that is now in government under the leadership of Man Penny Don Dramani Mahama or Akumapa Emma Ghana. Because you say Ghana for a more tie, by margin now move 1.7 million gap. And the factor to me no and find near my factor. In fact, we need election no for a friend or a supreme leader. Immediately can say they be more be a friend or leader. Ocean Yama from 7th January up to now in less than 3 months. Obiabe convinced indeed this government means the people of Ghana well. We extended courtesies and goodwill to the opposition and people during the transition period. Obekai, this is one of the most smoothest transition period, and it is largely because we could have taken a leave from the book of the New Patriotic Party, time now mobile power 2017. Especially during the transition period. But because we want everything to be orderly. There were questions, we'll follow the due process. It was in the transition period, and information by said there were mass promotions in many ministries, departments, agencies, and other state-owned enterprises. Many promotions, many new employment, and a renewal of contracts of heads of some institutions that had expired. After 7th December, I'm going say you've lost the election. Yantimi as NDC, yanya anything close to what we are seeing today in 2016. But Ora Osafumafu, me sure say wabo nene ewo
And the crowd they maka one some ever since I cried a better about here.
Exactly. And see, always say abana MPP for omo de botek, you know, they be omo say umfasa abano embo. But may because of NPP. Yeah, because they acted in very bad faith. Because when we issued a statement cautioning them against these rushed end of tenure, new appointments, promotions that didn't follow due course, and then employment of new people that did not follow the process in line with corporate governance and good governance principles. Omobe issue counter statement. Eka say to the extent that they are still in government, even though they had lost by 1.7 million gap, they are still allowed to govern. There's something called reason, and there's something called intransigence. So I think it is within our rights as a government, with resounding mandates now Ghana for the Mayan, to ensure that NPP elements perpetuate the ills of their government that was voted out. I think we owe it a duty to Ghana to ensure we rid the system of the elements that were part of the destruction of our economy and our institutions. Because if you had good intent and you knew that the people you were promoting, jumping them 3-4 ranks, civil servicer, you know the number of years you must do before you become even chief director. You be back director level, and within 2 years you are program manager. Then 2 years you are promoting them to director. Nyemana Moya was late, no air system, GRA, air system, GPHA. My brother, the numbers are just too much.
So are you saying so woman follow due process nah?
They never did. They never did. In many of the instances, there were no even advertisements for those roles that they were to fill. There were no advertisements. So they just promoted their party foot soldiers and block. Why? What is the intent behind it? Motive, no, there's an ill motive. So when you do that, you force the hand of people who really want to do the right thing. And that's why we're doing this right thing. Because we have to protect this country from the NPP.
Because
and what they did to this country, we cannot allow their agents and elements to perpetuate. That is one. The second leg of the argument is that there are always collateral damages in some of these instances where genuine people who deserve promotions, who deserve the positions, are affected because of these machinations. In Tinayaka says, we are nullifying all those actions after 7th December, but the positions that will be available, we will advertise. So the various ministries, departments, agencies, or head, in terms of ministers and CEOs, have been instructed to quickly review their staff log and to go assess, especially from 7th December, what actions have been taken with respect to specific individuals. A comprehensive report will be presented. If we find a position has become available, we'll go through the laid down processes, advertise the position. So those who may have said they qualify for that position, they were, they deserved to be there, they are allowed to apply for those positions. We are not a vindictive government. We've never been. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has no vindictive bone in his body, but he will protect the interests of Ghana at all times.
Okay. Samima, mienya some of the understanding they are working. Okay, BBO say even genuine people have been affected into a genuine recruitment process. Genuinely, one be advertise it, one be calling for interview, one be shortlisted, after the interview, one may be shortlisted, one man no beba for a subsequent interview. The other qualify perusals bebre why ebekoso. So are you saying say obi onona fa process we mu genuinely no why affected no say eba say mutima identify various positions vacant or no so best reapply or be pass it through that process we mu biema na.
If he even passed through those processes in the first place, because make us say genuine people obetumi organization for a number of years. Sometimes internally, omobe floaty request for people within to apply to fill those positions. You may have applied for that position, and per the number of years you've done, or maybe your output, you would have been qualified to apply for that position. That's what I'm saying, that genuine cases. It's a political favor. Promote you, but you are actually entitled to that. For those cases that people know that they were genuinely qualified and they want to apply the process, what they did was to try, when you are trying to do bad, you throw in one or two people. In some of the places, they knew they had lost their election. They quickly, maybe promoted one or two individuals that they perceived may have been sympathizers of the NDC. You see that strategy. These things, we shouldn't do them. We want to build a nation. So we are saying that when we re-advertise for those positions, those who believe they actually qualify for those positions can reapply.
But if say one more etiam rebi, and say illegal say one be yes the letter from the office of the chief of staff would have communicated same, but Okasa governance it is not in compliance with established good governance practices and principles. Now, what does it mean?
Exactly what it means. Exactly what it means.
Does it make it illegal? Say one man illegal promotions, illegal recruitment, that is without following the due process, Anna.
As it has stated in the statement, they did not follow the necessary laid down rules and guidelines. So all those actions stand nullified.
It is affecting teachers, nurses, those from the police, the fire, the security agencies, Anna.
Security agencies, I'll clarify on that.
Okay.
But at the top hierarchy level, if such actions have been taken, I think that it is well within our rights to review.
Because say letter no any clearer. So as I'm speaking with you, I'm saying what you a media person. One more name your contact. Teachers are calling. Yes, one more bisa pa Jerry Mubisa Mayen. Nurses are calling. Say one more so are they affected because letter no any clear one more side.
So various institutions that have oversight over their various sectors will be making those clarifications in the coming days.
Chamima ade we ekoye no individualism say yafa McJerry na McJerry am pass it through the normal or the usual process yet to abawie yenti na for political reasons yafa medwumam obi so de Shamima Muslim only the no wa apply across 6 months ago and na yet to abawie na afei na nensa kan appointment letter it had na instructions when from chief of staff and dealing with me directly, but rather Shami Mona may be so affected.
I didn't know only appointment letter or probational period. Never.
Mhm.
And more beyond through there can say justice will be served in the way that is supposed to be served. If you went through the right processes to secure your job, I'm sure say Providence will find you and you would get a job back.
Oh, okay. So as you said earlier, say munya vindictive, and yes, say obi yembe chene say nipa na for process ni mu na ebeba say ye beji na juma free ni sem.
So when you say, oh yeah, the right things, then you went through the right things at the right time. When the positions are advertised, you can apply.
Yeah, can say some people are trying to trigger the legal action, especially the national organizer of the MPP, or say lawyer Nana Boache, also or trigger legal action against this decision from the chief of staff.
We wish him well. We hope that he will go and trigger similar action when their government came to power and publicly, you playing patrol ball or something.
Yeah, me was for my voice, you know. Ya can want some but on record, no. They are saying, say, Osafoma for Kai Yenimpono, they criticized him and they never took that action.
Do you believe them?
That is what they are saying. And do you also have the evidence?
It's a complete lie. Don't you haven't you heard stories of people? You see, these things, whistleblowers from inside sent us this report. There are agencies that this man had gone on. You see, that is why Oral was set up. After December 7th, in fact, before December 7th, those who had eyes and saw where the change was going to happen, they started giving His Excellency himself a lot of information. Anyone working within the executives were getting information from within. So, His Excellency, and they were giving evidence immediately. His Excellency can say, no, let us set up this oral team and have a one-stop shop where Obia or information complaints be an petition, so we'll start gathering it. This is where it came from. From the people, because I see election, it is by the people, for the people, of the people, real democracy. The mass of Ghanaians, they are the one asking, say, oral. Oral, baby, or becobiano, almost say munya oral. Almost say, mama, riabano. I didn't know. Ghanaians don't have that intention, say MPP, riabano. Everywhere we went. So these things that are happening, institution, the moment you have say, minya almost scanning contract letter. No, the man they had extended his contract. Your friend is saying pension. We're doing the pension, the retirement age, and a woman 2 years. So he was coming to even have a staff there, and thank the staff. Not knowing in a matter of 2 days, the oko the staff note now air train say or bedo more only for him to announce oh, or the good news now when your contract extension and I'm reading
okay, na yembisa sadie way Honorable Julius Debre 2016 ono so yebi no official letter say wo out ono so assigning ye the ma appointment sabre no Felix Kwatio Foso deputize no ono so can same say aban no eda so wa aban no wo ho just 7 the eve of 7 January and omajuma ebebe na wieye. The same thing is happening now. And yet the usual trajectory and the year came said woman so kasa woman da so wa aban and woman ye and am also more kasa it doesn't suit the good governance practices and principles. What do you doing there, Grana?
Oh, they be here from Madrid. A lot of people have had concerns over those transitional period appointments. Even then, as you have said, there were criticisms against it. And now almost so They be a make say, over bizarre question here. Sometimes you'll be forced to ask who threw the first stone. The BI, you are forced to ask who threw the first stone. Let's go back to 1992, Jerry Rawlings period. Jerry Rawlings, a PNDC in a transition Ghana to democracy. And a NDC. And a 8 years. And I saw through an election and peacefully handed over to the Kufuor administration. Kufuor administration, by the first order of business was to criminalize everything NDC did. The tone of your transition was started from this. When people were stopped, Toniedu, Obi Bona, so our traffic. Daylight retrieval of vehicles because there was no process or guidelines about that period. So they decided that this will be the adversarial tool of transition. Kufuor era, Ebeko, this is where they started it. Before 8 good years, former President Kufuor did not sign on the single spine salary structure. On the eve of his, of his exit, he went and he approved single spine salary structure for the NDC, the late Evans Atamel. Then he made major appointments and then decided he was also going to give amnesty to people, and he threw Chachuchi Kata in there. Chachuchi Kata rejected that amnesty. And Kufuor Noba and said you can actually prosecute and jail your political opponent, sometimes on flimsy grounds. You see, so this is the pain. When you want to, anytime here, when Mills came, did Mills not want to turn this country around on a different trajectory? Even as you say your objective work, I was saying objectively, Yentimin pointed out which tradition, when they are in power, truly tries to build consensus and move us forward. And we should be able to be honest. Even though we cannot say that all political parties are perfect. We are not perfect. But sometimes it is the response to previous actions that perpetuate. And you must blame them because Omo set it Tony. And so when you also win, even though we went through all of that after Jerry Rawlings' system, Mills buyer or say MMDCs, they should stay until we transition because he doesn't want to create, chaos. That's why he's political opponent. You see, prosecute people. He said he wants to change, turn Ghana into political perceptions around political persecution. He's not going to reach hand anything, even though there were wrongdoers in the Kufuor administration. He was bequeathed the single spine salary structure, a major project. Is that goodwill? Is that good intent that you extended to? And so when you do that, you anger the grassroots of the party. And see, when they also come back to power, they look at the agitation from our grassroots. If we listen to their sentiments, we should even be doing more against the members of the former appointees.
So we keep on repeating something which is wrong.
Baby, my mouth trajectory.
Yeah.
And my challenge you say, in all fairness, even as you can point out to similar actions of previous government, you must objectively understand who throws the first stone. I think the media for another Ghana CSO, we expect better behavior from the NDC than we expect from the MPP.
Maybe that might be your opinion, Shamima.
And yes, sir. In all honesty, and yes, sir.
But Shamima, you sure said your work cannot accurate? Is that the reality, Anna?
Me know they what Ghana has. And then which is an American say which government started our transition? No, which government started the tone of our transition? Please answer for me.
And the transition, PND is something as you rightly said from Rawlings' time.
Baby, American democratic transition. Rawlings, we literally Rawlings was the chairman of PNDC.
And obey NDC.
Ghana into NDC. Into American said that in terms of changeover.
Changeover there on my paying that akufo. And
that is what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
What did we see from 2001?
After 25 years, should we repeat same? Because similar incidents are going on.
Baby. And yet, to set a premise and to tell you, empty na research no. Empty na research no. Yeah, Papa John Dramani, Mama Mampenny, empty no can say, yes, me continue on this path, just as Atamils wanted us to. Anka, if the Ekufuado Bawumia government continued in the spirit of how the late President Evans Atamils, and on a say you must concede. You must concede that there were opportunities granted for this country to turn over a new leaf in the way that we related to each other, even as political opponents. And those opportunities were always presented by the MDC government.
Okay.
That's one you cannot deny, because you cannot deny what Atamils tried to do to keep this country together.
We've said this severally. Especially said the no. Or my DC, MMDC is for crowd now. Within a period of months. It is part of it. And Nana Kufuado Baye, the AC, a Brahman for JJ cars, some of us will criticize, then same thing is happening. Obika crying ya buying car, near Quack fat near the Quackashama Samai. Naya can't say so oral team, there's so my Yaube Shaman and Yano Cre. It should we continue?
No, I'm saying that when you are measuring actions, you must measure actions on a fair range. What is the level of such actions under this current government? When we say when we say, do you know the things we have found out that we have not even spoken about? My brother. And you know, to me, you see sometimes one instance, oral members never went to collect anybody's car. And in our parliament, you had former NDC MPs and former appointees share harrowing stories of what they went through under the Nana Bawumia government. And Aoka said, no, we must not continue. And assessing the non-continuance, we must be fair to the part that tries to actually intentionally make a mark and a difference. And that person, as we speak today, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has not authorized anyone. Why? His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, no young president, they had not sworn him in. When agitations began and people were going into warehouses and taking fertilizers, which we have found were members of the MPP who were angry at their MCEs for hoarding fertilizers that they thought they should have distributed before the election. When there were members, we had reports of members, suspected members of NDC, also massing up at institutions purportedly to sack appointees. His Excellency came on national television at a time that he was not yet the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. He came on and announced that no member of the NDC should engage in any criminal activity, and that anybody who engages in any criminal activity, the security agency should take the requisite actions. I'm saying leadership matters. And you cannot say that the leaders of the NDC that we have had have instigated these behaviors in this transition period. We should agree that our transition period under President Mahama has been one of the smoothest, most non-acrimonious, even though there are questions to answer. Let's say yes to that, and that is the truth. Let's also agree that this president has given the greatest signs yet of truly wanting to reset this country. What did he do? Or see, government appointees buying state assets. It ends with him, as much as he is concerned. Or their set manifesto. 2 days ago, the task force for our 120 days social contract. They met at Jubilee House. And their charge was to ensure, number one, they should produce the code of conduct to guide public appointees. Number two, it must include a ban on all appointees from purchasing state land, leadership matters. And where it is concerned, the leadership of the NDC have always been on the side of Ghanaians. And I'm saying that when we do, he said, when we use one, we try to use one brushstroke, by what extent? But what is the difference between the way, even we, when we do some of the things that you believe are the things that were criticized in the past, what is the context with which we do them? Here we are. We issued a statement cautioning because we said, these things that we have done in the past, and yet, mayen chiaso, ye koye, mubaye, muyebi. Don't forget that MPP for no muye 8 years and sana ye samba bim. It is a mu pese omun change, over a new lever. We would have to change over a new leaf. And I issue a statement respectfully. Bring to our attention. Based on what you yourself said we shouldn't do in 2017, I urge you, hold these promotions. Let's hand over the share. Grant us that respect. Your response was to issue a counter statement. And then, Ghana no MPP Ghana, and ye MPP Ghana. Ghana no meno na ye mine. It's a Ghana be a year, never menu. And the mean expected constantly, even though anytime the citizens expect better behavior, if you compare cultural exam, obitiminya A, obitiminya B, on the matter of putting Ghana's interest first, MTC always performs better than MPP, and that is a fact. Do we perform perfectly? Debbie, that is also true. But do our leaders always show a different, because a leader might want something, but the people want something else because the people are angry. The people have been affected. The citizens, they're the ones who were given a bad haircut. People who lost their life through that. Karma Conference Center, does he not have children? Do you know how angry and pained he would be? And what he might also be wanting, naturally, human reaction. The human need for vengeance is strong. So you always need a leader that will keep his team to be reasonable. You see, describing a period as a period that is been marked by excessive vindictiveness. How many people's cars are we going to take? Go to the Jubilee House and see. A lot of them have not returned their vehicles. Did you know that? Have we come to make noise about it? The vehicles have run down. Have we made noise about it?
But Shamima said,
we are going through the process.
Okay.
And we must see that we must be supported to navigate the process, because you know that a party of a mass base, a party that has won an election like Ghana has won this election, the sentiments of the masses is for us to do more to exact accountability. We are the ones holding down to ensure that we follow due process. And that must be recognized and honored and encouraged, even as we try to draw attention from what we will feel are also the excesses.
Okay. Shamima, as an major way, what can I say, BBC na, yen discussing on the fairgrounds. Sir, what share a yet or Safomafo, the public statement, or my, MPP for I can say all kind, but one more activity, signed statement, he was rather criticized. Memo instance, say, Honorable Julius Debra, 2016, on also my same appointments on no sign a year. Minim crown, minim say Strad boss on no man appointment. Minim say Yera Domilevo on no man appointment. Ain't one more so I you buy Sabana Farm Sanka. So do you have any record? Say
do you want to use Domilevo as an example?
But hold on.
One of the worst examples.
The NTM use and the known, much known to the public. So I'm asking, say, you public servants, sir. Are you saying, say, you have the fact, say, a Kufuor administration, revoke the appointments of certain public servants and either than directly politically appointed people?
I think I've addressed this matter over and over again. And our position is what it is.
So you have that record.
I'm sure, my brother, we are all not strangers in Ghana. I have that record that what? They didn't let people go. The MPP did not let people go. Jifa Gunu, who is today a member, who is today the head of Yara Koku. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yara Koku. Currently, the over NIA.
NIA, who is today look. This is not the time. We don't. You see, we have a mandate. We have a mandate from the people of Ghana. They trust. More trust to say, your man Penny John Dramani Mahama will reset this country, and we will do so. And we know that the people of Ghana, at the end of the day, we are trying our possible best to turn the destiny of this country around. We will not be pulled into the past. We are turning over a new leaf, and we are giving indications of the goodwill we extend just so we will build this our systems and our structures better. And see, this year, our 68th independence anniversary is all about reflecting, reviewing, and resetting. Because truly, this is at the spirit and the core of young administration. We will reflect on our history from independence to date. We will reflect on the gaps. We will reflect on the excesses. We will reflect on why our democracy is deteriorating.
Okay.
We will reflect on why partisan politics has become so vindictive. It didn't used to be. And then we will review the systems and structures that perpetuate that vindictiveness. And hopefully, by the end of the 4th year term of His Excellency, we will reset this country. With the cooperation of the actors, especially the opposition New Patriotic Party, we hope, and the media, most importantly, because the media is the prism that shapes public perception. And if the media cannot arrive sometimes at an objective, because you can always give examples, we can always throw in examples, but at the end of the day, we always have to look at the big picture. Because Obi show exam, Obi 70, Obi 60, and yet the same. And yet the same. If a corner when you're 70, no, there was someone born about why I dare do more to get to 80. If a corner order 60 and now 50, no, oh, when you idea next time, because you idea no, then bomb more thing. If we look at the indicators of good governance and inclusive governance, my considered opinion is that the NDC leaders have always shown by a large margin more commitment to the interests of the citizens by their actions than our opponents.
Okay. Independence Day celebration about see san ebeko no anase ye afi we pe and ebeko so Jubilee House or
one year at a time.
Okay.
The vision of His Excellency, especially for this his tenure. If within 2 years, Yatimia research and Ghana working and things are worth celebrating, but the bottom line is that it shouldn't cost us 12 million Ghana daily. An independence celebration should not cost us so much. It will not. So this is the vision behind a scaled down version, which will still be very impactful. And let me use the opportunity to also appeal to your medium. We will come to you to help us with the pre-promotional activities. We have a lot of social media campaigns.
Okay.
My Ghana experience, my Ghana story. So me patrol ya ba na mo aboy to promote. Meaning say match so Ghana match for many media houses.
Yeah.
Mo program no me patrol mo incorporate national theme no, which is reflect, review, research. into a lot of your programs. More yeah, more drive time. My mama Ghana foreign calling in to share their Ghana experience, their hopes for this nation, their reflections about this nation, and where they also want to see reset, whether it's in their personal life or their social or corporate life. No, let's own it. That's what I'm saying. Let's own it because you see, we must want to build this country because BBC Wagana. Yɛntumi nkɔ Atlantic Ocean. French no menim sɛ wote French a memente French. Nti wode me kɔto Togo a wahame. Ɔmo so ɔmo wɔ ɔmo problems. Nti mesrɛ sɛ mo nyinaa momboa yɛn. Yes, the media is the fourth estate. You must hold government accountable. It's your primary responsibility. But you are also an agenda-setting institution. Yɛbɛtumi asɛte a proactive agenda for our governor that supports governments that are doing the right things to continue to do those right things. So when we are on the right path and we are being distracted by this happened in the past, should we move forward? Should we not move forward? How do we move forward? How do people concede? Say almost one year into multi-year. You see, sometimes me mama say, "Oh, the will start a bond someone extra for forgiveness." It's me boost for that. So sometimes when people who have done some things in the past show a bit of, regret and also concede wrongdoing, it will also lessen the ground for want of retaliation. Because every government must balance a number of things. You must balance the interest of your base as you balance the national interest.
Okay.
That is a fair argument. And I'm saying that we can do both. We can do both with the necessary support and cooperation.
All right.
This much, let's all come on board and mark it beautifully.
Okay. Me text bi na was sending me messages we ato so say me ma wako na me text and say or say me wagya say bimbisa o say send na work no nti officially or say NDC will be noted say there is an official statement revoking appointments, but when is time MPP buy. So I should ask you. Okay, question of person say MPP buy or suffer for statement and no make here, but there wasn't any official communique say revoking appointments, but rather NDC has issued an official communique revoking appointments of public your friends servants one more employer more after 7th December.
Mm-hmm. And see the problem is
the problem is, as you said, say MPP for no because say is there any paper trail? Is there any official document indicating say MPP for can say one more a revoking appointment?
I think I am not. I have spoken. I have said what I've said. Those who understand. This politicking, we all know it. And people really knew. Oh, say. Microphone, all lives were affected by those actions, including members of the NPP, who today are saying on social media that they have no sympathies at all to the leaders of the NPP who they believe did wrong things to them, and that they have no sympathies for those who led the NPP government and created a lot of problems and took opportunities from even their own members, NPP members who are angry, who called 88 MPs who called for a finance minister to resign. This is the party. So sometimes the sentiments are not from your political opponents. I think the vindictive nature of the NPP was expressed by members of the Nana Bawumia government in particular, was expressed by members of the NPP themselves. 88 MPs, never before happened in the history of this nation, called for a finance minister to resign. Today, there's a social media activist. What is his name again? I forget his name. He's there. He's saying he has no sympathy at all. This guy used to come and attack people like us for expressing our opinion. He says he has no sympathy because why would a private company like Enterprise Life be giving all government insurance Why will NPP business people be denied opportunities? These are sentiments from within.
Okay.
So if your texter believes that the NPP administration did right by Ghanaians, he has a right to have that opinion. But I'm saying that the jury is out there. It is not in favor of the outgone NPP government. So the earlier they also reflect, review, and reset, the better they will become a viable opposition
in
the future.
Shamima Muslim, and none of them say when you didn't come out, you still remain my favorite female voice on radio.
That's it.
Now go on, shut up, Papa. Okay, Yene Shamima Muslim, or a deputy presidential spokesperson, on na yene no edin communifa extensively. Eti teachers at church for the movies and the nurses for no also munyambo trainer hono de clarity ne beba. Clarity ne beba. Nti munyambo trainer. Okay, yeah bao. I need 100.9 ba bekin kan messages ni bia ma.
Ghana Montie. 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 Ghana Montie.
Supplied by the Honorable Collins Dowda. Discounting the value of the built environment renders those charges, in my considered opinion, defective. The prosecution in this case also failed and or neglected to take account of payments that were made by other ministers who took office after the Honorable Collins Dowda. For instance, the Honorable Atachia, as Minister of Works and Housing, approved a payment to the tune of $5 million United States of American dollars in 2017. That ought to have been considered in determining the value of state funds that the Honorable Collins Dowda had misapplied. But that wasn't done. And note, ladies and gentlemen of the media, that the Honorable Atachia was never charged, even though the Honorable Collins Dowda was charged subsequent to the actions of the Honorable Atachia. So I leave that to your own considered judgment as to why that happened. Now, in criminal law, an accused is entitled to know with precision the crime that he has committed and the burden that he must discharge in order to prove his innocence. This is basic criminal jurisprudence, and the charges in this case, and the other in terms of the cases affecting the other accused persons, fail to meet the standard of precision required to put an accused person on notice of his criminal liability. Ladies and gentlemen, the third reason why I dropped the charges in some of the cases was that the evidence adduced so far fell significantly short of what was required to convict the accused persons, and yet the state pressed on with the prosecutions. I consider that to be a total waste of state resources. As noted by Puamang JSC in Afoko and Attorney General, that is the case that I cited earlier, the prosecution may enter a nolle prosequi in situations where, upon review of the proceedings, the Attorney General detects fatal flaws in the case which may lead to the acquittal of an accused person. In other words, a nolle prosequi may be entered to avoid possible verdict against the prosecution. My review of some of the cases certainly revealed fatal flaws in the case of the prosecution. A few examples are in order. In two of the banking trials still ongoing, I took the decision to withdraw the charges against Mr. Johnson Pundit Asiama for a simple reason that in the course of my review of the cases, my attention was drawn to an internal memo prepared by the prosecution division of our department for the attention of the former Attorney General, the Honorable Godfred Yebo Adame, which recommended that the charges against him be dropped. This is very significant. This is an internal memo prepared by professional prosecutors advising the Attorney General that the charges against our current Bank of Ghana, the governor of the Bank of Ghana, be dropped. Note that Mr. Johnson Pundit Asiama was charged with contravention of the Banking Act for granting a facility of $300 million 300 million cedis to Universal Merchant Bank, and for causing financial loss to the state in the sum of 150 million Ghana cedis. The internal memo, which I just cited earlier, concluded as follows. This is very instructive. It says, a study of the facts of the case indicates that the initial facility of 300 million has been recovered, leaving 150 million outstanding. This office has confirmed from the Bank of Ghana, that is, the Attorney General's office has confirmed from the Bank of Ghana through Mr. Alexander Tarr, that is PW2, prosecution witness 2, that the interest from the outstanding amount is presently being serviced by UMB Bank. Mr. Tarr also indicated that UMB has an amount of 150 million locked up with CBG, that is Consolidated Bank Ghana. It is expected that when the said sum is released to UMB, the loan amount for which A3, that is Johnson Pundit Asiama, was charged with causing financial loss to the state will be repaid to the Bank of Ghana.
Okay. Attorney General Ena Nogusua or Kase Maminfa messages in Biwahana. Menoka said Abdullah Sakra, what's not same. Wednesday on Monday, 15 May 2024, Dr. Baumia assured Ghanaians that his digitalization and the Ghana card has stopped ghost workers, saving the country over 700 million cedis. He lied. It has come to light that the National Service added 81,885 ghost names, multiplied by 715 cedis. National Service monthly allowance equals to 58,547,775 cedis. This huge amount is what the ghost names give them. Thank you, Ghanaians, for voting out this corrupt Nanado's government. But Richard, another BMB to move for BMZ Muntio. NSS Assembly afei na president a directive probe. Omampanyin say, omampanyin na munokura yede afanaje nsa no. Onokura say wo munko twetwem. Eti da bia na meka chem say you guys should avoid hasty conclusions. Men pere wo ho emu aten. Figures about beto abonten. Omampanyin wo 2 minutes so bega the figures about abonten dey just obi e di bone. And no say no go gyina mrana no. Inti ena wa direct say wo muntwitwem. Ana meka bia meka ana mosua. So Richard Mesha Kasante or say Kenofrota himself is fully aware of the sins that he has committed against the state. So we don't even need special prosecutor to tell us. He will surely face the law and its consequential orders at the right time. And those who have been singing the song, yet should just wait and see what is ahead of us. And nobody should blame Kisia Jabem for not taking action on Kenufurata during the past MPP regime. How could he do that when the mother serpent of corruption was still in charge? Mesha Kasante, Amasaman. Francis Citizen, or say, the Special Prosecutor's Office can unilaterally declare someone a fugitive. They need a court judgment first. The law requires cooperation, but it's up to the court to decide guilt. Kisia Jaben's populist antics and lack of technical expertise have led to 0 convictions in high-profile cases. Where is the warrant for Kenufurata's arrest? Where your citizen Francis and will be saying. KK Free American Town Council, or say very soon Ghanaians will miss MPP power. What President Nana did for this country is so great. Kudos to incoming MP and National Women's Organizer. Honorable Mavis Halcomson. Wensa Nigeria now understand why Samia Wuku was crying wolf on Peace FM yesterday on the revocation of all the last-minute recruitments and appointments made by Ekufuado. Now, could you believe that Samia Wuku made a last-minute appointment of 500 employees to NLA setup? The most annoying part is that he emptied the coffers of the authority, leaving no space for Alhaji Lutu, the new MD, to operate. I say Alaji Loto. We say good morning, Mark Jerry. I'm Blazy from Abofu. We thank Jah for our lives this morning and greetings to my lovely wife, Regina Kujo. Regina Kujo, that's it. We say Mark Jerry, my name is. I'll say good morning to you, Mr. Agyeman. May I humbly suggest this to the Constitution Review Committee for consideration. Members of Parliament shouldn't go more than 4 terms. As this breed corruption, those who have been MPs for more than 4 terms should be dropped in 2028 elections. They are equally good candidates. We have equally good candidates in the constituencies who can perform, if not better. They can also bring positive changes in the constituency. Where you Sumbo Steven and Odiaba. Where's McJerry? Good morning. Have a beautiful Thursday. Why should someone like the OSP lie that he can't send those people who raided Kenufurata's house? How does he think that a person like Kenufurata, who owns all types of properties in the country, go run away? It is crystal clear that the OSP, that what OSP did is just playing smart so that Mr. Mahama will keep him. Let's give Mahama doing some of that. Where's McJerry? My name is Dio from Temale. In fact, I've lost hope for the fight against corruption. If I look at what special prosecutor did yesterday, it seems he wants to protect his work. God save us. King David Adifrika's whole tambets. Also kudos to OSP. We need our money to develop Ghana. Greetings to Felix Na Koyo Okuno. When some majority OSP Brohaha is much ado about nothing. I listened to this guy and he sounded so infantile and behaved like someone who was unstable. Did he invite a former finance minister before he left Ghana for health checkup? So because he has invited him, the man should leave his hospital appointment, right? Who doesn't know Furata has not been well? Where your question kwansa and will be saying. Wait, so why would the innocent run? Now I can see a renewed spirit in the OSP. What was holding him back previously? Trump is ready to bring any fugitive of Furata to Ghana. We are Patrick Odifri Accra. Where's happy birthday to my lovely senior sister, Madam Grace Boadu, aka Adadoa, of Suhum Ayekoche, Ofori Krom, Sunkwa House, and my boss, Evans Oseyeboa, aka Chuboi. I said the invitation of Mr. Kenufurata is a strong message to all Nanado's appointees and the MPP party leaders. Next time, they will give positions to the real party members. Also, Chia Potozua. Grace McJerry. I'm also my new Osu Sports Katamanso. I would like to know how many appointees the JM have for now, and where is our former finance minister? Ken, is he around? I said, no, you cannot say my name is on your man. Well, so my name is Ebenezer Kwabenya. I wish you the Honorable Furata has run away from accountability. Time will tell. Time really changes, as they said, and I think this will serve a lesson to the current appointees that one day they will account for their deeds, so they will be careful. They should be careful of any decisions that they take. Lamtekin Rashid said, McJerry, yesterday you found offended when I said some journalists are hypocrites. And McJerry, you know I'm not directing it to you, but journalists who saw the current government who categorically inciting their MPs not to partake in government business and also causing violence in parliament. But these journalists found nothing about it, and today they are all over condemning current happenings in parliament. Yes, indeed, people became expert depending on which government is in power. Alasan says the Free Zenu Central. The OSP should have told us since when did they start investigating Mr. Kenufurata. And didn't the OSP know that they have lost power and those under investigation in the previous government can flew out of the country? What measures did the OSP put in place to prevent those fugitives? of running away. He should just do the needful. But the Casa and Rukrano say in 2023, they established something. We see if JDM couldn't retrieve this, our monies and properties for us, then I think military rule would be the next option. Because we Africans, military rule is the best for us. Mr. Kisiaja been pleased. In someone prison is looking for former Maslock boss, said in Amtamaklu. So please, can you bring her back to Ghana? Waiting to Charles Otten, aka OT, Assistant Secretary, Greater Accra Region, hopeful. The call to revoke all recruitment after 7 December election is in the right direction and a good precedent for future. And also, Ora will bring smile to Ghanaians as some MPP top officials are running away from the country. Please, His Excellency John Mahama, to remember Honorable Abdul Razak Hussein for the position of the MCE. And now Abdullah Sakra on the suit enemy. On so woman kind of our port or because port one vacancies bebre wo ha me ambakwa ko hu and a Joe Ashaman. On so Joe Ashaman say, me hu baby a Joe betima ye adwuma o. Me hu vacancies bebre wo port wo what to one fa nko. Abdullah.
I want for those. Yes sir.
Am for those say. And I'm with them count.
Yeah, the only communication every Thursday be a meeting her many o in a huge.
Yeah.
You be
and no akeke.
You be in everything. You never be me appointment.
Auntie, mo so mo bra ya communicate here.
Yes.
But na mo na me ko.
Yeah, baba.
We amaleba na be kan wa.
Yeah.
Amaleba na me akon awie.
Oh, yeah, me boy.
O kwa na me an masanyi motom sika de amano so amaleba fa ka ono na be kan wa testify bo wa.
Yeah.
Sabe me mo so da.
Sure.
Ono na ba Friday so the ni abre a obi ti about ono Nigeria face so. Yes from no. Na masama amaleba sika. Sa amaleba fa ka anko. Ebi kwa na me so me last hour e hye me hunu no.
Sure.
Enti se ene se maba ben mu na mo se one de ane kasa. Esa nya proper.
Say me ti wa say but obi ade beba.
Ah okay.
Ebi on say 24-hour economy no. Ebi de beba no pa. Ebi de beba wia. Ebi de so beba nwumre.
Okay. 24-hour
economy exactly.
Now what is it?
Oboko.
We are going.
We patch oboko.
And then go pass.
We we say Act 959. Is that
I know.
Is that gonna for you? Is that gonna for you?
Devio, and number about person here you.
Never is that for if you are low.
Devio, and number about person.
Oh yellow. Hello, so green.
When they want baby.
No, me in your name, you say green or yellow.
Oh, green here regulation.
Okay.
Regulation. Act be our regulation.
Oh, okay.
You pass him now parliament be na.
Oh, okay.
Your regulation na operationalize act no.
Okay.
And we OSP the regulation in
okay.
And the LI 2374.
Okay.
And the act na nkasa na act 959.
And today no ma from sisia.
I do be say obi afum baby.
I say you must be a fan brand.
Oh, that obi fan brand to obi afum. Agwa we pa.
Hey,
Sakra we onya.
God
obi so obi afum bra.
God is a fan brand.
I didn't go boy. Grazie. What they go anyway? Where you ready say? Me what about programs no? Me na mama go aba.
In the first time, me why you match.
Auntie na the old mama go aba.
Me who say ukra emra me who ye.
Oh, and now run my office order. When they go be
office no
ask in the go be.
So say on the be on say only o mu ye interview kra. Na bi only ne kasa no.
Yeah.
O pointy maybe chair.
Yeah.
Yes. And Shamama so ne kasa no o point. Yes.
Yeah.
We are fair. We are editing.
Yes.
But me ba hanom no. Me who emra book no da oni.
Ana who said that okay.
Me who align say we are research we laptop ne wa we bias. Na ye there.
What's mama kwaba?
Okay, simpathy we have ko.
Nyagopa do.
Okay, Ghana one your first 1 month no who say your mama first 1 month no who say.
Oh, first 1 month they say ko years. Wa ma appointment.
Na who say ko year.
Na appointment no go so appointment no dey ko year ma me so the mabu no abemu pa anti dia me share free mebunu won say won be deliver but won mo deliver e be bo amumu bi so mo ko disappoint ya
that be no o priama say Joe ashama onye
eno so e ban sa na that be no o man pani bi ba be ka say mebunu amri bi JDM fa no ne ade no kra no o man be boa so I want them to deliver
to them
then
now enkoyi kra unya
okay the enkoyi ma me wo John Mahama memwe mu attorney general
okay
say emrama no ho kwan say attorney general de asem de koso na woni interest say wutwam na mom the speed attorney general de twitwa ensem beye nson mu no because John Mahama na mu no bae wanya boso me ba akopɛ what attorney general de na say na de ukosi ho 1 week within 1 week na cases 4 hwem oh the following week we twa cases be 7
yen kono bako John Dramani Mahama so afenam instantly and ejabi to Kantaman Kantaman to market
yeah
a to mu no instantly and omo 1 million Ghana cedis one check one obaye no first 1 week and order my
emergency
yabutre
is what be some na maka na wo make say we eti di anko yama mimi susu say na ko betwitwa cases no mokra na nanka onya abotre onto no bokakra so dey ase na said ono aka no review cases ni but anyway or say within that short period no what me review and we came to me politically then right timing was wrong politically yeah
attorney general wo ho kwan say oyesa nima oye no
esa medical aka
yes ena emra bia so ma attorney general ho kwan say on be gina miniwu eni
na on tire mu man David ba waye
that's because mo sati catcher say we are ye dey
esa obetire mu man
obetire mu emra bia nchihye no eno na che say John Dramani Mahama abmabu no say ye bibi na wan ti ase a ye ba be checho mu say weni wenti ene ye say wo adwemu hu say yafom a
enya fom menkasa
wakasa no
politically na ka time
okay me kan ye adwen okay say wo dwen say maybe niema ye na kan ye ntwen na yem kancha Ghana for say ye ni nkofo weni eyero mu dibedi nti de o makokot na ye no katasumu mu aso asi ye be yase ye nye eno na wo pese ye be kacha Ghana for na dada Ghana for say ye na edi nkofo na ye ni omo gina emra no but ye nye ya adwene ye pe say ye be den ye be mo lusu emra no ya sheda ne ye so Ghana for say oh ye ayen nkofo ye pini omo da bi ye say ye be kan no kure ache Ghana for ye mra ye nim say samra we bibie ni ho a echeche nkofo no e ye otanhu kwa enu nti abra ye ni omo atena ha 8 years ya di mra na chi ye di prosecutions na chi ye di the way omo ye ni na chi nti ye no ye ba no ye ambedi agro ye book ni paper ho a emra betwam no ye di ka ato say betwam ye ko Ghana for no ye ko kache Ghana for say weni ye betwam weni you be follow up. We've told Ghanaians and yemfa anything and see Ghana for ya catch Ghana for say weni e ba e betwam weni yentwam weni e be di eche weni e di eche attorney general oni obi ani meeting ye so ba catch us say weni and amatwam there be by ye nya attorney general waba out of say ye twawemu based on this my example of Opuni or say Opuni case no ye fertilizer no farmer ye dia mana o ma do 2 pe and o from 2 no ba ko say oh one hu ye fan say difference be a wom ba ko say yes or a chief farmer we winning award I say yes or use to fertilizer no amani ndo ba na iden I be brave 2 pe and o mo yes and now investigations omo yes omo ye research into the say omo test fertilizer no omo test ye no baby as omo test the nya ho no omo ko test ye na ye mramu omo ko test ye no omo hu say fertilizer no na papa so attorney general has come out to tell you that when you went in you mean timi na man we fi say case bi wo ho mi twamu but nkofo bi wo ho me catch on say pending. I will still have to advise or I'll take advice from Ghanaians or from the people I say me take advice from say sa nkofo we aka no yenja omo and I am continuing.
But I don't know because
no,
that is why I'm saying I disagree with him. May disagree because Bank of Ghana Deputy Governor
sure.
Sure.
Okay,
that's what.
Okay, so okay,
but what's your Bank of Ghana governor? Oh, you need free wape. Adeɛ kye na JD man appointment.
Oh, understand maybe JD who say you need free.
So coincidental, right?
Oh, it's my accidental.
It's my coincidental.
It's my accidental.
Accidental. Okay,
yeah, coincidental. Accidental.
You.
Maybe o twam wie ala GM so say say you twam nko ade abi say ono so GM no ye de ne famu bi ye twam wie na Ghana for the man no anti etimi ye pepepe no etimi ye coincidental etimi accidental de ye catch Ghana for ni say yen asem I catch Ghana for say ye be ye no we will do it. And now I say we will reflect on everything I can. And in here see near review no. Review no we are near resetting Ghana. And now who say independent day anniversary I be di ya catch us a budget you will term because NPP abaya 2017 almost issue 5.26 million Ghana cedis and the Independence Day one day pay almost did 5.26 million Ghana cedis and almost did in 2018 almost did 16.50 million and almost did says Independence Day back up. So presidency now she says he can put away now one day the party me 16.5 million. I had to see $1 $3 million just one day on independence. Sasikano yent me fancy factory. Sasikano yent me fancy school. Sasikano yent me Coco Fanoche and making sure that it will become one of the ultra modern hospitals in Africa. This is what John Dramani Mahama is talking about. Resetting Ghana is a must. Wow, here. There is an avenue for that. Court to ho. Only on bet me akọ na wako di nkomo. But yeah no, yeah the yarding any emrana Ghana for their share and sano any ebu mine. We will reset Ghana. We are reflecting on everything that's happened. We are reviewing everything, and we will use all those processes to reset Ghana. Ghana for GD you better deliver. We are doing it. Wow, Independence Day a term. A avenue and give it me discount. Ya opposition 8 years.
Mo best celebrate no.
Modest. I know your term no. Security I know your term. Obi be di 2 hours. Uncle be 50 pesos. Yes, that is what we are telling you. We want to save the public purse.
Yeah.
That is the reason. I can say I buy can say e charade. Yeah, just yes, you to me because chale election I call no home. You winning massively oh. Nti timbe near this kind massively. But no, you nim say Ghana for ebre. You nim adia ye maame ye papa mu efom cocoa farmers what they are passing through. We know what everybody is passing through in Ghana. This is not a timer. You be disika. You can say government your friend say appointee. Now juma abaya to kwan po a ne onema bi wo ha uni kwasa first class you will not do it. We've given all these things. And don't you say among phone who say yes GDA about presidency no mu. Among phone say presidency way modest. And yes modest nko yesra obi bia onye GDA ewe mu. So who say bibi koso na enya boy amane ye dede men get the don't be a spectator, be a citizen. And yenu yakwan ho nyema ebe ye nyinam ye ne nakwan so letter ye buy ye hu obi o say Julius obi say Shamama say Julius assign paper bi in
2016
inti na ye buy na ma for condemn letter na no man condemn letter no
they did
exactly inti ne na ye so ye say oh sa nyansa na mo tire no nyema ye fom ya ye no a mo ka che say nyema no ya fom ene ye no ya jatum ye say aso ya mbese ye be fom biom nti yesua yanyansa yesua de afiri mu amu ne ye no so nti sese yaba ye nti wo so obe sa de no
men ka se wo se yenye sua hunu
se on se me tani
nti sua hunu sua hunu ne ye lesson
yenye other program
oh yes I agree enitina men ka se wafom because menim se yenye wo kasa but enitina metino se sua hunu
nti yenye sua hunu ewum enye sua hunu keke o sua hunu ne enga
ade dia pesa wo Ghana weka enye sua hunu keke
exactly you see ade ni ye and ye buy it ye formula nema ye sua no after 2016 2017 no nema ye hu ye nyina na ye hu say amafo say enye no ha yesu ye buy no ye kura sa map no na road map no ye kura ti ye di delay mo bi anka sem bia ha eye nema
but don't say na me try e de shame maba baby o
sure
oh no ka say previous administration eye sabia wo mutwa to
sure
because of Osafoma for public statements.
Exactly.
But me cite example.
Sure.
Shrad boss,
sure.
Julius Debrane.
Sure.
Orado level, Julius Debrane. Sure. Me dofu me near friend Josephine Nkrumah.
Sure.
Now or your FNA chairman.
Okay.
FNA chairperson.
Okay.
And one National Commission for Civic Education.
Okay.
Julius didn't call.
Okay.
Or then Obeyeno, chairperson of a year. NCC.
Okay.
So,
sure.
One year Juma or Abenum, Josephine dear maker, or year Juma man the Juma ban the year.
Okay.
And sir, Kathleen.
Okay.
It take you over.
Okay.
As the chairperson.
Okay.
Oradomelevo, or year Juma for over 5 years.
Pacho, maybe some question. No. Current OSP. One in a man appointment.
Oh, and another than the
bar. Juma na onye Juma.
Oguso ibone Juma.
Current.
But on the Emrana protect. Emrana protect you. What ma make it kind there? Emrana protect.
Nyabotre. Emrana protect you. You 188. See, you 188 MPs. Ahi na mo share Emrawi. Ahi na mo share Emrawi.
Parliament.
You 188 MPs.
I was say.
Say a person yes side we are. You bet me sound easily.
So it's a political and you're right.
We are not talking about political or rational or emotional. No, we are not talking of emotion. We are talking about governing the country. We are governing the country. You need Ghana for pam. Say you be and you catch a Ghana for when you be. Into we are guided by our manifesto. We are guided by our will. And near my idea no ayaka. Into you to me no. Say be appointed. Near disappointed. But ye fan sir. Ye call him rum. Ye mra kind dear kaya for can mean to masio. Yes say. Wow your appointment. After wow time no. 7 December now. You know. One on you with you. You would. Call wherever you want to go. We don't have a problem. Only what we need a buy court. Not what we need a buy. And you obi we need a buy a chroma. Majeri. Only a buy court. I won't win.
Oh, win is there.
So, nana be mono almost a moon. Constitution review committee and I said here.
Set
so when your constitution review and I yes sir. It won't win a sabaho. It's your moon court no. Yes, almost a quarter. I call for 8 years. No man, yes, I caught no. Yes, John Dramani Mahama. Said na be mo echo quarter. Omundi asem no 2 weeks. Papa yo said na be a winner. I want to do winning in 2 weeks. Then chase because yes Ghana research no just say yes I yo. And yes yes I know. Yeah policy mrano. Emra you say nti another be enko esra na be. So here be ama ya supporting na. Ya be supporting no. Onko no testing mrano. Sa 60 80 10 no. Onko test say 60 no best as akoso bioma na say say na be 65 and na be 33. On testing mrano. They should test them right now. Nti yes John Dramani Mahama. Na be air backcourt. Mr. Ma court for no munye dwon 10.
Why my court in your demand?
John Mahama. Yes no. On my court for no munye dwon 10.
Then na so keke.
So mu court and mu court and you on channel in court say you abai bi wo
na president there obesiden wa court here
yeah wo abai bi
catch attorney general mo na ye
na one appointee attorney general no
ono na mra ni kuta no
and one appointee no
president can't influence
the court who appoint
and you own influence the court
no me be say who appoint
president
exactly you on kan che the appointee na or appointing no say na be ba ho oni ni pepe na be wono kra on man na be winning case no and as I judges on bet na so no 7 na omo nyina nya 7-0 for Nanabi 7-0 for Nanabi 80 for Nanabi. Who say?
Merit.
Oh, yes, and I can say Nanabi on no crack.
Oh, okay.
No more 60. 70 within 2 weeks. Only in 10 Obi obekokot bia obomu say the Julius Zebra actual on tiase no. O dey sra omo di 2 weeks. Na omo di man back on fast 70 80 30 50 cause ye hu yes I no omo di omo say 50 80 60 80 cha no omo di no. So omo di ni 10 omo he Ghana now your 4 years. Whether they like it or not, we will reset Ghana. Whether they like it or not, niema ye catch Ghana for say ye be in 120 days. Niema esi ebe ye a e-levy ebe twom. Niema ema Ghana for ehon kire omo ebe ye to the steps ebe ye fru ho. Niema Ghana for ebe di ye ewo mu no. Ebe ye sika ya save from Independence Day no. Say sika no we will make sure say ebe invest in ye kora na daache, ye man daache, Ghana daache and ye ebe invest into. This is our promise to Ghanaians, and this is what we will fulfill. Omo mu twetwetwa na mu de ye ni omo ni eyibia omo pa omo ntwa na mu ye bubu enua egu yasumu de enima ni se enema ebe boa Ghana no eno ena yenim enema mama Ghana akoso no eno ena yenim. We don't know anything aside resetting Ghana to a better place. Amene wo yema ebenya ho faso eno any mandate. We are not ready for any intratnamu bia no oho de yenhwemu ho nti Ghana for nya egidie emu we will do and do. Attorney General oni obi ani meeting ye bawaba because ye person ye several Ghanaians. We are not ruling with arrogance, we are not ruling with autocracy, we are ruling with the people of Ghana. The Ghana for say attorney ade na otwemu obechichi mama untiasia but na court or you be in 24 hours court to cry say din 24 hours nkofobi say matise OSP say nkofobi ay fugitive omundi nsam no within 24 hours and ajo 1 am call omedi asem na omundi asem 1 am 24 hour economy ye no bia na ye kono we will reset Ghana. Me I don't trust and I don't believe in what OSP personally I don't believe in it and yes say any ye person ye kono ye ambushi obi anye nipa ne ye beche no ne ye pe o anye nipa na on bagala biom ne ye pe o ye pe ye sika we want to recover our money nipa no afa ye sika say me obi anka so afo na me I say we da ho ron anye yem yare o ye ni yare ye ina ye nim the cathedral no ye di we know for sure somebody say our case we could look at say do 2 years 2 years I check. Ghanaians have already decided the voice of the people is the voice of God. It is the voice of the truth. And we all know what has transpired. Woman cheche so 6080 6080 6080 6080 sa na ekono pem opa pem ebe koso sa se le wiase ye no sa na nsuo so beto simple as that. But the pepper yo mu ene nyina ye pe. Okay. O ti se Shama ka che o omo no mo sha ase o transition team no the first time I share say yeah papa kufo ene sha ase o ye o krom ha ye ndi esi ye se na nya papa ye wie no 2016 2017 first 2 months e o krom ha anya se na ti ase Ghana for ye refi joma ma win no ho e dey from apa aba ama for refi ye nkai team krom ha ye si ye oka abronye oka abronye esa ye hu dia boy wo krom ha ye hu half for Ghana how sa no jeje government car na me say ye hu half e Ghana na amount for government car say won krofo bi ho ana na sami me ka dey ye hu ye sa wo bi ho dey na obi kokoje na ni obi wa ye no ye nya buga o ama for ya no mo person mo penti ye say Rambo star ye nya buga so ebisi port wa me say wo mo fa nkrofo bi ko o mo ko he enya port ye mi na wo ha na ka che say ye NDC for na ko court o ma che o mu nyina o mo wo go and do the investigation abo ho no yes echi am for go and do the investigation go to our police station and do investigation we arrested some people em na so unsem a enyo NDC nyo MPP ni o so unsem. We don't entertain those things. NDC for we NDC near you will not disgrace John Dramani Mahama into ye funny say wow ko hobia onye NDC ni because we condemn it and I want to say John Mama condemn we one
okay one
exactly yes so
eso na boy say ntie wo mo so ye
ntie mo ntie ye chiomo gum
port was o ma chiri
investigation how na me free investigation gum let your people go and do investigation. Wow, hey, me say wow, you capture me now of man capture me
camera, yeah.
Let them go and go and see the CCTV and go and deal with them. Omo nya NDC for you chrome one you hunko for omo say MPP for say omo name omo pay for no omo bofu because omo pay for no anti fertilizer no omo koko bu ani fertilizer. We saw it.
That's what we say get show omo because
exactly.
What omo say ajo.
O say oh yeah nchi omo so MPP for. Magari, share. Don't be serious. Gaya fomo kromo hano, Magari. It's about to have a camera and right. I'm here to say, "Hey, kromo, bring your bro kromo hano, Magari. Kromo on the mokra. Police kala uyem show. Police ala uyem show.
Sagram say yo.
Exactly. Inti da enko si da ben. So what I say, Magari, enko si da ben. Inti yan sua bibi free ho ye de mra na ye adwuma ye fa mra nya adwuma me say up to now ye ma me say me refi ye say common fund administrator we say ye
natoshi
oda so adwuma
David
go and check
that's a common fund where JDM be call on the way your friend is saying
one call
Ashanti common fund
one call sure obi anko ho
Natoshi na common fund.
Yeah, hold on, common fund. Obi anko ho. Check it. The last letter we dey buy Natoshi na sign here. Just this week here, I want letter buy out. Natoshi na sign here. Order say omu say omu kwa koye depart. Omu koye even say omu coordinate all the assemblies. Magari. Omu coordinate all the assemblies. Letter buy out. Kwede sign. The head date. And this entire year first Ghana ni bia o. Yes, pepe yo NM. Now only mama for muda so opposition ka MPP ka say NDC engum streets ni ko yo mo free o mo djuma. Only mama for e ba ko yo mo free. Fifi boafo that's what on the post o ye djuma.
Awon koko boy.
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead the current letter. Go
Fifi catch them say wa resign.
Me say.
So that's what they say.
Go and watch the current letter. Go and put pictures of the current administrator now. No. The current pictures there has a 50 boy for Nima. You take from how?
What Cocoa Board website?
Go. 50 boy. Current person. The current diambe. Na call. You call her pictures. Go ahead.
Oh, Contibia.
He is still a post. What you say? Young Pablo Biao, young Tata Biao.
PRO of Cocoa Board.
What a PRO. So Assembly man one become one. One is Obias one to go Assembly here. You see, I'm just trying to let you understand. Say you're well-known MPP for. Oh, there be a phone line. No piece amount for well-known MPP for. Omoda so post. NDC is not like them. Yeah, we are not like them. Yeah, Ghana, yeah, Yakuma so. Ghana, yeah, acquire Bible mu. Na one King Solomon na odi asem mamienu efes akraba akwa MPP kun Ghana wie ye no ama NDC ba meji de Ghana here ojo of ogina MPP ni gina ho munku akra no munku Ghana na NDC ni gina ho
akọ common fan de ni Michael Harryamson.
So check the last letter. You check the last letter. Issue common fan issue to all the district assemblies. Let her who signed it. We are tolerant. We tolerate people. We want the best for Ghana. That is what we are talking about. The difference between the NDC and MPP is tolerance, professionalism. Pepe yo. No nyama mudi ano ye ba say yes I be am better krom ha. You better krom ha. No. They shouldn't even do that.
All right.
What you say? You Ghana pepper emu. We will love Ghana. We will do everything possible to make sure that Ghana afano to mapa efra. And no one person we are and see. You will make sure we reset Ghana. Obviously, our information say all the court will be a for and the ora for no koji and one kasa. I said them then Tamakulu say. Inti ya na den. Inti tama ora for ye bi ya poro say obi afa Ghana for mfa say no ye Ghana ni. Le ba gono kan no ye Cote d'Ivoire ni.
Ana me say na san ka odeko.
Ana ka ba ne fa ko ese fa de bra na say fa ko wo pe wo kan na ye den. Yesi tu ho na mo. Wo de ko e na mo anya na ne wa kan wa asem. O ti on fa nko. O say wo mu hu ya na. Wo hunu. E de no wa ya fa hu.
Okay, Oba more commenting on special prosecutor. Then some of the two specific. Now Anurak and Furata. And now ghost names are JDM directed. That they should be pro. My fa message where ya. Oh, someone. When say Amana and Sandy Free Adenta. Also, the OSP must bow his head in shame, declaring a former finance minister fugitive of justice render the state appointees and the nation a lame glory on the international community regards to Ishiaiso MP Stephen Amoa. Well, say good morning to you, McJerry. I'm very disappointed in the actions of the OSP yesterday. This is much I do about nothing. People like him. People like him are not making Ghana worth dying for. Wednesday McJerry, OSP has denied of attack of Ken Ofurate's resident. And anyone facing same attack can defend himself with any available tools. Kofi Annan Free Madina. Obiba Ofina said, if you think your life is at threat, yeah. Whereas the special prosecutor has no authority to enter Mr. Kedofurate's house. That's what I'm saying on the call. Also regards to serve Hadia Safia Mohammed. Well, it's a good morning to you, Mark. OSP appointed. Also, when was the OSP appointed? Or he want President JDM to maintain him in his office? To spend our tax money, right? He's just wasting his time. Reverend Okumado, that's it. Where's the McJerry? Kindly call lawyer DG Tamakulu and find out the number of clients he defended and lost when they were sacked by the MPP administration. Even the former chief executive of Rich Hospital, Rikus Dada. Where's the Emmanuel Kwakuyamu was good morning, McJerry. Please tell OSP that Ghanaians are fed up with the lies and useless propaganda. Please tell him that Ghanaians will be happy if he has the strength to use to do that press conference. Then he should use same strength to bring Sedinam Tamakulu. Manoko Kuyamwa. I said Nam Tamakulu, they see then Amokase OSP and Govanimra. And they are caught and are convicted. No. Now OSP do some say. JDM promised us that he would arrest Nanabi. We are still waiting for that promise. He should do it fast because this guy bragged too much. Thank God for him. Hey. Where's the McJerry? How are you? I'm watching you live. Oh, my machine. All right. Sagra. I didn't go for Sakra Whipper.
My Jerry.
Wow. NDC.
My Jerry, you want car. My Jerry, you want car. My Jerry, one car. Now a day. My Jerry, one car. Now a day.
Okay, Enra OSP presentation to Ghanaians.
Honestly, my Jerry, me one person be. I always tell you, honestly. I believe in one thing. Me believe in Pepe. Dear Odibeye me, I enye me deno, me mpesa Odibeye obi. OSP ade oye enrano. Me one OSP edi kandi komo bebre efa investigation oye ni na ho. Waka so many investigations are oye. But honestly me ma from dear. Enye say na NDC. Ye pese ye de Ghana echo. This is not part of our design and our art. This is not how we want to go about it. And yes, say, and you say, yeah, yes, Reno, OSP, yes, Reno. sade we nyina wo ho fugitive ene yepe Ghana sika amafo edi omunsa abom a omo misuse no eno ne yepe se yeje. We want to take our money. We don't want anyone to be declared fugitive or Ghana bio. Enya no ne yepe. Baby a bia, we are not declaring him fugitive. Omra Ghana. No for sika emayen. Sika wo di no on for mayen eno ne yepe. Ye okrom ha. Ena ye e-levy ebe ku Ghana for. Ye fa MP ana oda ayaresabia. Ye the ambulance. Efa no. Ema ne be to aba against us. Against Ghana for. Ema ye the e-levy ebae. To say it with the MP oda ayaresa mpaso e de bae. Ema ne be to aba say ye mfa pass e-levy a. Obi a odi esika bia empa na oda so no omo mfa no ma no nche be bia esika no wo de ngi esika enu na ye pe na simple OSP action on me I always say ye nye sa ene ye pe no NDC no niema e kokche Ghana for no uhun say magari uhun ora niema omo ye no o fe na bi no o tututu ana sesem bi say verse ejuma no omo ye kra omo adwuma amu no they feel say omo anye ejuma ni ye. Yes, you were 3. Oh, Ghana high. Yes, you were 3. Yeah, yes, you were 3.
Yeah.
We say we have 3 issues. First stage, I say Ghana phone for omu asem
complaints no.
Second, and I say you better time I then ahwehwehwehwemu.
Okay.
You we are near the recommendations. I'm a presidency. Not presidency, no, I hand you over. I'm a attorney general. No, I then wash here. That is what we told Ghana. And yes, I can't Ghana for. Sani ye no pepepe yenye bibia nti omo suro na omo mi omo so ntie ni ye no omo ntie ni ye process ye nkon gidigidi ye nkon buga OSB sre no Ghana ne ye wo no enye se ye be pam amafo fi Ghana dabi wa wodi Ghana sika bia no tena Ghana ha ye ngie sika untimi mba Ghana wo de kire bibia sika ni na wo ye mo ni na no ye bibi e dia ye bibi e sika e dia ye bibi. This case ni na no OSP or started in case the Chinanya no Marjorie enye ne ache yearly no or the nenum sem ebe tuja and all this year no by the end of this year on I think 24th December or the BB by kata by investigation why baby adru omo yes ye chi omo ina okay or he gave the recommendations. Mr. Streno, you see Jabin, yes, Streno. Ya Kai said the last year or year press conference no or Bonyumbi, Marjorie, and then
Anquano man.
The Pachali and no one more saying
and then Menyamo, you
Pacho, oh, boy, Bonquano man, why?
Yo.
So, I said, Uti, who or say no, Pepano say, or Beku Katashi said. But not presidency, no, can't say. A woman advance, a woman, a quino near Jumano by a Streno, your mama, quine Juma, and yes, saying that your mama, any Juma, and your buga, and your giddy. And unti amama for cry can was say onu kra oben omo so mo no ma stress ya plan say onye ni say no nka ho ma ne ma ha bi oboa obeba okosoro bafo obeba Ghana onye fugitive. We are the people of Ghanaians are not declaring him fugitive. OSP shouldn't declare anybody fugitive. Ye pay sika ye here sika ni dia ya ade swami magazine interchange ne wo ho no ye sika dia ye ye fan say if I say KJT market in here skadi aye otun for skadi aye if I say konfanoche ye skadi aye we want to make it ultra modern hospital. We want money to do that. Sikana oma fano omumfa mra ni emphasize sikana nye. That money alone can change the story and the history of Ghana. OSP shouldn't declare anybody fugitive. The fugitive, our money is in the fugitive's pocket. He should come. He is not a fugitive. He Ghana for a Gina Wawa 2 omra back to Ghana. On an offer Isika Maye. So the Isika Maye now back with Dumbe 37 years. You knew be any asem. So oh you show Musuda Isika ni no wa. No so no call. But we will not intimidate anybody. Inti yesromo omo diga na sika ina omo nwane omo ntia Ghana haya. You know omo bedi asem no pepepe e wo Ghana haya. Ahaya ni omo bedi asem no. Wow, news I would do a buy footwo and the current administration so yeah catch room to mama aka nipi say wow be won aban mu a odi sika beka aban sika no say yenye obedi. It is clear we don't want any corruption.
Okay.
Nti OSP nyamo ye no and me there any party stand. My stand is we won't want it this way. Sa rabo star we yempe. Because ye kasi ye penne na echina ye lose power. Na ye ba na omo so be rabo star. I will also come here and say yempe. Nti ade a enye na enye.
Medan say Matthew from Rem. Mesha Kasante say business and Adam umpese almost sending messages said it support to
Musa ni amu say but phone do me na me de.
Okay, I'm going to 03022579002. 03022579002 and 03022435540. Michia Mr. Nsia Zuzu wo garage wo Zuzu a wo ton car se wo ho. Ye chire ha ya. Mema good morning. Meba cho be kwa ma ne so. Ma menje wadwe nchire. Memo achion.
Mpacho, good morning.
Yes, I'm Ro. Yankwe.
Mpacho, unya kitwa ya frame brighter, me ukutu abuso kai.
Yo.
Maminchia opane nina, na minchia NDC nina wono. Misina komri. Nyame yanka no papa hapa, ele juma pa omoya. Maminchia me former chairman wa Abrekuma Central. Honorable Kofi Pondudono. Mesere si John Dramani Mama say Abrekuma Central for na say yafa MC no emma no ntimi mboa Abrekuma Central for Honorable Otuku no yebesere so obetumi ama na appointment any Honorable BOT papa no BOT wa bo ejuma e di aboa NDC papa yebesere si John Dramani Mama any empty for say omonkai Honorable BOT na ono so ntimi mboa grassroots no one bebre say Ken Oforiata or your finance minister. And ne ho emfa no emanate me etu kwan e de akwa brochi say okosa ne ho yare. Eka wabo e de atu e de ama man no. Ti hospital na e wo Ghana no. Onya hospital bi enko. Eye so okwa amanoni na okosa ne ho yare. Omunji etimamufo one district, one factory, one agenda, one hospital. Promising, you know. If we say, can no for us, baby, or hospital, do say, and no, Timothy, we took one a common on here. Or no, you yes, Sika, a dear common on a cocoa son, what's MPP for NGO or my Ghana?
Okay.
President Akufo-Addo, any daughter Mahmoud Bawumia, or my bomb, my we are brought papa. Now, me sure say, Excellency John Dramani Mama Abbey. Any Yamma Mina no Pokwa Juma Excellency, Ombe Juma Papa, Eddie Abuase Ghana, Ebetumpo. Bibi Biara.
Madam say, Mamma Fadi Odi ho, Meba Tomache.
My Yemi Joso.
Yes, you.
Yeah, Letitia, because if you're the coffee tata. My Mamincha, we're too free now, and I'm chair, and we are Kufi, and I hope we see. And the MPP, then Mugabe, with my GC in my channel papa. I mean, and this in no Casano Casabi, but you woman in the yard, say, yes, and NDC, or your margin say, on Batata, in the yard. Limbo Babu, maybe when you say, Papano, or my union, or your due Muyamo. In case I will the communication at the minimum Grenadier. Okay, send common case in so bed 3 times 4 times. And now we say no evidence. But all clear straight say will be or change BR, million this no original one. When we say we become one cent, the Okano, many are going to say, and yes, I know here. Ye GD says, oh, MPP, no word the Ghana Sika, near Sha. Yeah, do true, my counsel, me and Hammy. I just couldn't confirm restaurant, because one can send a minister or the Kutum. It is a waba, then some more courtois. I saw dear, you to 20 chambers. And now I am working at the restaurant. Mimi ana kasa bebre omo se omo ba ombit mine me free education so omo ka so omo review me jitu omo nye omo ka se tax no omo yi ma bet no omo yi me hwe de ombit mine me mpa yi mama na so ba ko kan me electrician me oyi abaye me de sa communicators na I say omo hu kan omo ka se obaye wo ko kitin no ayi adwuma me see so ye bia and this is for mo apply online me fa bi.
Okay, madam say ma me fa de onu so di ho. Memache.
Good morning.
Yes, I hear you, Yanko.
Me pacho Victor Solume, me pacho sena oyarda abruchi and some de bawdu upon the handcuff action inside. A handcuff on the code dinas no okuwo prison. And you know we convert are important than Victor Solume na ekimisla and after so
Memache within the same.
Within nana. And I MP for no mamu ya margin say Munya saying Ghana fool. And I'm more Mokasi yet to one to Abamo Pia Abamo to Abano. We go to Abama Mamano on Casa say and no get this guy. Nianchino. Mina me advocate for 52 billion now. Oh, Kanishi Bank no. I mean, I want to Yakpadum. After I want to Maba. It you want to Wasi, can't get your beji. After someone call Chebi, Kurfata if you are no. We have a number of cocoa or no, now, but that's it.
Mame, next one I meant to also. Marche. Get you.
Chairman Maji.
Yes, sir.
Mimi Tutupachi. Ashimo Suwa Kanable, Masumo Taifa. Ra, Umpumbo there.
Nakoba no boko.
The Radia Sama Okranonga. The wedding commodity.
Yo.
Mamenda Sakrase, Wakasa, Yakupon Shirana. Na imu mame fasi da pisi ma John Dramani Mahama. Na me mona baso se oye Jumadin. Ni waya babi druno. A sign of victory. It's a sign of success. It's a sign of perfect delivery. And he may kind of the chapter across onkai Thomas Doji Cheka Kudo Mekwabinya and Penise as a Minian Fansoma of bad time. And a kai de biowa yan fa and sing a million quachi into Thomas Chikaku, a general secretary of the Mekwabinya constituency for MCE. The part of NDC, Amamu, and as NDC leadership now. Omo nye Tibon Koso, and Omo nye incompetent. The part of they are ready for the work. Oma Ekrado said Omo Babi deliver on my Ghana. Nti asema ehwa dansie ni wa dansie ba mu se asema ofu ehu kwadu no enye no kresa ato force and a critical example that kumu dey a critical example several others a nim trimodin abroni beye na kufadu aban e di di sankofu e wo court ensie wo chimi na wo MP ndu ba be catch them say e wo senka attorney general ma asem no e fa koso na ko menu nyensa onye incompetent why ready so oba be mine oba be sit your my Ghana nti sasemi na ya to go ballers wa officer o court e kwan ni wani tema ma je ma sam ne so hwe ebribia echemo abandi baye omu mayafua to the sense say abronye any hofnadoye ekoyi mahama niema etugu abonte se baby o tena mo mane ntra ho magari nye wani nsem ya said you back and you know ono na dia yemu onye no ba
okay better same mame fa next one meba cho me wache
Mejo se magari
yet yo
ajan mo ni kasebo fankoberia
yeko
ya ojuma
ejuma ye
yo na ano permanent wa figi na ni chair na secretary na mi chair haji asafia mhande ena yankasa honorable afanya martin obadwuma papa tia japan so obadwuma onye ono anka bore nka Ghana anka yentimi nante me je kanyina tire ndg bone se me 1979 do na mi ko school di afa na mo form 1 but na many ebie kakra ni ndi esi wo kurom ha ya chichire nkrofo do mo ko gunpoint ko bo mo tuoku wo mu because of corruption area and go be anyane what you say over that one ko be ya oh what you say now on the kabi and one mo proof dia ko bi one fan parliament and kurum asa tia asa mo tia kwa bibi bagigi e just send this for me busamo and so she and we and kabi and flow for our be what watching the patrol group action and other be when ya butre obaba no attention nsemu na what you chere mu kabi and wadi odi mu sigayere on ya wonu tu sikam no so ye na gmo wonu sikadi
na also dia o ke kan ni say dia o ke kan and the wookie can out to us Onisikabianti. Only Jan Yamam, Onisikabian, Yamamre. Now, time Attorney General to track cases, and we are one of Becca's Attorney General to another normal court, no, and no monka. Over at as we are council and the Oniskabia. Messi Attorney General, the and your friends say. Within crime refi. A gentleman, one of Becca's Attorney General, Emma who quite a court and any auto force and nominee at the end. Na Kadoforata ne so mra megina mra na wo so no do nis ka bia
me se me nka se wo ma o na wo mo edom ko jiro nya se aka so mo nya efe edi sa mo so beba
yo ma te me dan se some dem mo ka mo ma consistency anya adwuma ho beba cho ma che yes I do
warnia asori beni kwa ubukuru wa deshi
yo
no pay mentia me MP honorable Gloria Owusu Robo Amasama and Adomikwa Benya, the next parliamentary candidate, lawyer Sheila of Pound City. You Rafael Markins, the Oyeno, Dana for any Edihon, and the Yerohone. Namastre, MPP in Pennyfor say, Oman Chom when I read Domikwa Benya. No Mujay Bibia, Professor Michael Quay Semua, Domikwa Benya, queer opposition, and maybe you. Minya Comsheni Trofo, and I D4 Amin Pemiman ye. Magari, and I'm not pay DNA can special. Yes, a kind of reactor to Kwani. And yet, nanny first time a gun of 1 penny for a guy hospital to Kwani, I could be Mars Wako. Intermediate, Mediani says, a yellow crescent or mine be what MPP need be a wa. A byway. No Francis your minor. Na Kwani on Boba Fast Way, no dear, and Nansan and a buy a cotton was Shanty reading. What news baby? I'm kind of banwa. Who said, sir, or anyway, you refuse the only a Greek in the Mahinano.